things consuming him and often making him behave in ways that are not considerate to the things going on in people's lives.
Stream
like
elements.
How he immediately shifts Christian's
Welcome to my
concerns about his
channel.
relationship with Danny into a
S.W.Frost
push
is
to
now live
focus more on
streaming
school,
Killing
which I can
Floor 3
imagine from the
digital
way his character acts
scammers
throughout the rest
counter
of the
so
movie.
far.
Is that
How
the
to
first time
summon
he's done
the
this?
Do you think that
ExpCollector.
there is a masochistic part of you that is playing out this particular drama to avoid the work you actually need to be doing?
My favorite thing about his character is that at the start, he doesn't seem all that bad, but as it goes on, you get this icky feeling that he's entirely interested in the traditions of these communities from
Welcome
an
to my
academic
channel.
perspective, instead of his interest coming from being genuinely drawn to their cultures and wanting to better understand them. There's a leechy quality to the way he behaves throughout the film, with him wanting to sort of extract information from them without regard for the sacrility of these things in their eyes, and the more you see him behave this way, the more you start to dislike his character. That's not to say he's void of interest here, because I don't think that's the case at all. He really does respect them and their traditions, but in doing his thesis on them, he's blinded by academic pursuit, and this only becomes more true after Christian threatens his work, which causes him to become desperate and start behaving in a more egregiously disrespectful way. Every time someone is talking about some tradition that you can tell means a lot to them, he's only interested in being able to write it down. Another thing that makes him seem like quite a dick as the movie goes on is how he doesn't warn the others about the Adastupa, which is a ritual that comes from Norse history, and while there isn't a ton of historical documentation to prove that this ever actually happened, historically the idea was that this ritual existed for elderly people to relieve some of the burden from their communities by taking themselves out at a certain point so as to not take up precious resources or require care. For this fictional community, there's the addition of age basically being treated like seasons, with the first 18 years of life being seen as spring, 18 to 36 being summer, 36 to 54 being autumn, and 54 to 72 being winter, at which point those who reach the age of 72 willingly sacrifice themselves to avoid going through the more brutal parts of aging and give their lives back to nature gracefully. In all honesty, I think there actually is something rather beautiful in that idea, but Josh not warning the others about what they were going to see if they chose to attend the ritual was a massively inconsiderate and dickish move, especially in Danny's case, not only because assuming that she'd be interested in seeing something like this is not cool, but also because even if Danny would normally be more open to something like this, which I don't imagine she would be just based on the characterization throughout the movie, not warning her about a ritual involving people taking themselves out when she went through what she did is 10 times worse, no matter what the motivation is here. No matter if it's some sacred honor for them, as it is, she is nowhere near being in the place to see this, and Josh is a fucking asshole for letting her go into it blind. I also love how his character is used to fully illustrate the kind of person Christian is, with Christian eventually deciding that he's going to do his thesis on the Horga, which is a really shitty thing to do to someone who considered him a friend. The scene where Josh finds out about this is fantastic, and you get this great sense of history between them, and it also just shows how selfish Christian really is, especially with the way he then goes on to present this to the others like this is a friendly and entirely innocent thing that's going on. It's just a coincidence.
You're splitting it with Josh as well?
Yeah, I already told him I'm totally fine with that.
What makes it even worse is the way he talks about Josh after the Ruby Rotter, a sacred book for the Horgas, goes missing, and Christian just throws away any history that he had with Josh as he sees an opportunity to gain some good favor from the Horgas and wipe his hands clean of any bullshit.
And if he did take that book, I just pray you understand we don't associate as friends of his or collaborators or anything. We would just be so embarrassed to be connected to this in any way, shape, or form.
The way that Josh gets desperate to make his thesis even better after Christian reveals what he's doing was something that I thought was handled very well, with him being given a hard no about taking photos of the Ruby Rotter and then sneaking in at night to do it anyway, which is what ultimately leads to his demise. It's a great spot in the story as well, because at this point the Horgas still don't want to reveal to the others the sort of danger they're actually in, so they say the book went missing the night prior to try and make the others think that Josh took off with it to explain his disappearance.
He and your other friend, they both disappears the same day. You see how it looks?
It's good stuff. Josh is such a great character to have in this film, not only because of all the things I just talked about, but because of how him being allowed to even do this in the first place makes it feel like none of these people were ever intended to leave, which is something that Danny brings up during one of her arguments with Christian.
They're doing pagan rituals. People are jumping off cliffs. They depend on no one knowing about this ever.
Yeah, when you think about it like that, their very presence here with the Horgas should be a red flag for all of them, considering how much of this needs to be kept under wraps. Josh also has one of the most disturbing deaths of the entire movie, where Ari's proclivity to head trauma rears its ugly face when Josh breaks in to take a picture of the Ruby Rotter and gets whacked in the head with a giant hammer. What makes the way Ari goes about moments like this so effective is perfectly exemplified with Josh's confused, horrified moaning as he lays on the ground afterwards. You can tell that his brain has just been like muddled and fucked up by that hit, but it still knows that something is wrong, so it's like his brain is whimpering in terror after what just happened. Benny, do not fuck your brother. Benny, hey, stop it. Shame the horny bunny. The great Will Poulter is here as well, playing the comic relief of the film Mark. He's just so goddamn entertaining.
That's son of a record number of people got teeth corners in the lights.
One of the things that's becoming more clear as Astor's career goes on is how good he is at handling humor, and Will makes himself a great vehicle for a lot of the movie's humor.
See, you could be getting that girl pregnant right now.
Having someone like this in a movie that's dealing with very serious subject matter does put you at risk of having the immersion breaking and the weight of the story lesson, but they don't go so far with Marcus to make him feel cartoonish. He's just an idiot who is mostly interested in going on this trip because of the Swedish image. He's always vaping in the background, which makes him feel so out of place and always gets a good chuckle out of me. And it's another way in which the movie makes it feel like, well, this group has been welcomed here. They're not really supposed to be here at all. He's really just bumbling his way through the whole thing, pissing on an ancestral tree where ashes are being placed, not being able to read the room at any time, and being so driven by his dick that I can imagine you could tape a printed photo of a Swedish woman to a meat grinder and he'd go right at it without a second thought. While we don't see his death, what we do see implies that he got it pretty rough. He eventually gets pulled away by a Horga woman who's been eyeing him in one of the funniest interactions of the whole movie.
I'll show you.
Okay, sure.
Yeah?
Yeah, great. I'll be back, I guess. She's gonna show me.
I love his line delivery there. The next we see of him is his skinned face being worn by one of... Hey, leave the pretzels alone. Don't throw... You're a fucking nuisance today, Benny. There was a bag of pretzels and a hairdryer on the couch, and he just threw it off. He's just knocking shit off the couch for no reason. Stop throwing shit. It's not yours to throw. The next we see of him is his skinned face being worn by one of the guys who confronts Josh in the temple. And this dude gets so disrespected in death by having his face put on this mock-up body and a jester hat placed on his head.
What are the kids playing?
Skin the Fool.
Skin the fool.
Yeah.
One more character I want to touch on is Pelle, played by Wilhelm Blomgren, who is an insanely memorable villain, largely because he's never once portrayed in the way you'd expect to see a villain in a horror movie. And he's also a perfect example of how this movie is not only a story about Danny being manipulated, but also a story meant to make the viewer feel like they're being manipulated. Pelle is a very soft-spoken, seemingly kind, loving, compassionate dude who stands out as being a lot more mature and calm than any of the others in the group. He's very reasonable in his handling of both Josh and Christian doing their thesis here, being fair on both ends of the stick. He's patient with the cultural misunderstandings and moments that can like unknowingly demonstrate the sacred site, and he just seems more down to earth. He's also the only one who actually allows Danny to open up when she's so used to being shut down and disregarded when she tries to do something. He's even the one who reminds Christian that it's Danny's birthday, if that moron can pay this or not. On the surface, he seems to be a decent dude, but if you pay close attention to what he's doing or saying at any given moment, especially once you have the context of why he actually dropped him there, well, he's definitely not a decent dude. It becomes pretty clear at a point that he is pursuing Danny, holding her hand and not being concerned about Christian coming into the room. He also kisses her towards the end after she becomes the maid. I love Danny's reaction to this because, well, in retrospect, it's easy to see what Pele's intentions were. He's subtle enough throughout the film that this comes as a complete surprise. I'm sorry if you can hear the bunny growling there. He's got tunnels and holes and stuff. His face is covered up. Hi! You can see on her face that she's just totally thrown off by it. Well, we could read that earlier moment as him making an advance. I actually didn't see it like that the first time I saw the movie. This community that Pele is a part of is so driven by connection and closeness to each other, so I just read this as him behaving in a way that he was taught to when growing up, where the boundaries are a little flimsier and people here seem more open with one another than we're used to. He's this presence, always hanging around in the movie, pushing toward his ultimate goal of Danny being brought out to the community, knowing how vulnerable she is in his character life. What I find so fascinating about him is that we don't actually know one way or another if he sees this as something he's doing to take advantage of her being vulnerable, or if he genuinely does believe that this is what's best for her because it's what he was raised in, and assuming he was telling the truth, it's the thing that he claims to have saved him when he went through something terrible.
My parents, they burned up in a fire, yet my difference is I never got a chance to feel lost because I had a family. Here.
His motivations are unclear, but his goals aren't. I believe that Pele always had a thing for Danny and saw this as an opportunity to coax her into joining his community with the hope that at the end of all of it they would wind up together and live out their days here. They never give him a straight-up villain moment, with the closest points of his true nature showing are when he kisses Danny and when he's joining in with the others during the sacrifice at the end. One more thing before the film's overall story, and I want to touch on some of the smaller details throughout the film that really stood out to me. One of the big ones I already hinted at, but then giving away a lot of what happens in the story through the illustrations we see, with that one at the start showing everything that will happen in the movie, and another one we see which reveals the spell that Maya is attempting to place on Christian with the goal of coaxing him into mating with her later on. Aster tends to like dealing with stories that have predetermined fates, and where characters are being controlled or manipulated in ways they're not aware of, which has been something present in every one of his movies so far. We learn that Maya actually chose Christian as her mate before they even arrived here, having been shown a photo of him, which is why we see her amping herself up when the group first arrives. You can see this whole ritual play out during the course of the film, with her placing a love rune under his bed, putting one of her pubes into his food, and you'll also notice that his drink seems to have a bit more red tint to it than the others. I guess you could call it a Bloody Mary if you were feeling adventurous. There's some foreshadowing of where the story is going, right after the cold open with this painting above Danny's bed showing a blonde woman with a crown on her head reaching up to a bear, which ties directly into the end. It's a great moment right after Christian tells the group that he invited Danny, where Mark wants to talk to him privately and passes it off as wanting to get Christian to look over some of his work, and then he closes the laptop and almost forgets it before remembering he has to keep up appearances. You have a reflection of Pele's draw to Danny and the dynamic between Ingmar, Connie, and Simon, with Ingmar talking about how he met Connie in a way that makes it sound like they were dating, which Connie quickly corrects, and then they both give him a really suspicious look.
We actually asked Ingmar to officiate the wedding.
Really?
25% of enemies are dead.
That little detail is actually really disturbing because it makes it seem like Ingmar brought Connie and Simon along as a sort of revenge for having not gotten away with her. That dude is the ultimate incel. God, I love how much you get from these characters just from their performances, especially considering how little time we actually spend fleshing them out directly. It's incredible writing. The song, which is sung during one of the morning rituals, is the same one we heard during that eerie montage of the snowy forest at the start, tying what happened here in with what happens later in a really unsettling way. Also on that topic, there's this very strange shimmering effect cast on certain surfaces during that ritual that doesn't seem to be coming from anywhere in particular. Like, you're seeing a reflection of some of the cosmic practices. I loved how the guy who lost his shit over Mark pissing on the tree had a particularly visceral reaction because he knew he was going to sacrifice himself very soon and that he would be joining his ancestors there. So he's seeing this not only as a disrespect to the people who came before him, but also sort of in a panicked headspace, thinking that that's where he's going to be very soon, being desperate.
It's a big week for him.
You had Connie's body being seen decorated with the same stuff that the kid had on during that weird water ritual early on, which is further indication on top of how her body looks that she was thrown into the water as a sacrifice. And of course, I'd be remiss not to mention that you can see Terry's horrifying face staring down from the trees toward the end of the movie, which is fucking haunting. There's so many of these little details, and I pick up on something new every time I watch it, which shouldn't come as a surprise since Astor's screenplays are some of the most detailed and meticulous I've ever read. It's truly insane how much thought this dude puts into his writing. We learn that this community practices inbreeding to birth their oracles, whose art is interpreted by the elders for their sacred texts, but of course inbreeding isn't something that they can do regularly for everyone since it does result in severe birth defects. So they're driven to pull in outsiders to bring about more babies, which was part of their motivation for letting this group come along. The big thing though is that this is a ritual they do in which 9 human sacrifices are required with the hopes of bringing about prosperity for the Hortus. It's clear that once Danny decided to come along, there were more than enough people for this ritual to play out. Since Pele already had a thing for Danny, the plan is to coax her into becoming a part of their community. And that manipulation of Danny is the core of what's going on here. Pele is taking advantage of the fact that he knows how poorly Christian treats Danny and that she just recently lost her family and is feeling extremely alone. So she's more likely to fall into the arms of people who offer the connection that he can get from her life. Family is something that sets Danny off very quickly, which we see early on during the first time they take mushrooms, where she seems to be having a decent enough time with them at first, but that moment Mark says the forbidden word, it sets her off on her way. Side note, the trip sequences in this movie are some of the best I've ever seen. Between this and Beau is Afraid, I have absolutely zero doubt that Ari Aster has had some bad trips. The visuals aren't overblown or goofy. Sound mixing has some changes to reflect the sensory impact of taking substances like this, but once again, without going overboard with any of it. And the way he portrays the mental state of this sort of thing is spot on. And of course, it's also something he uses to make these characters have an even harder time than they already are. The soundscape becomes more sort of sparkly and soft, if that makes any sense. I love Mark's commentary while they're laying by the tree, wanting others to do as he does to make them feel more comfortable.
Okay. Everybody else lay down.
There are these really great stretches in the audio for the dialogue that are very subtle, but they have a massive impact.
Honestly, it's okay.
I'm not okay.
And the way faces will suddenly shift and morph results in some very unsettling moments that serve to just make me feel so bad for the people who are very far from being in the right state of mind to taking substances like these. The tree bark flowing like a river, the branches dancing around, the grass growing through Danny's hand and showing the one positive moment of feeling connected to nature before things go bad. It's all so enchanting. Anyway, on the note of Danny's manipulation, it's something that's going on through the course of the whole movie, with Maya's push to mate with Christian being a big part of it, because we see how Christian isn't entirely opposed to her. Doesn't do a good job of hiding it, but it's some of the other moments that I found more compelling. While making it more apparent that Christian isn't interested in sticking with Danny is an effective way to do this, it was the way that the Horgas made themselves seem like a home that Danny was welcomed in that I really liked. Because that's more in line with the overall tone of the movie being that deceptive warmth. Then bringing her in to cook with them, calling her beautiful, and putting one of their aprons on her to welcome her into their traditions. Pele giving her a proper birthday gift with his drawing that shows so much more care than Christian's last-second birthday cake that he had to be reminded about. The way they treat her when she becomes the May Queen, and that thing they do that I find to be a genuinely beautiful thing, where when someone is feeling intense pain, instead of telling them it's going to be okay or something like that, they just join them in their wailing to show them that they're not alone in what they're going through, that there is a family here that feels what you feel and will sit with you in it. Danny's feelings are validated by this stuff, so much more than they have been by anyone around her for a long time. She feels less alone in her emotions than she has, and that's a huge turning point for her. We know that she's feeling like the friend group is only tolerating her having come along. And we see that nightmare she has tells them abandoning her in the middle of the night. Then there's all the little details that push the idea of a connected community of people, which is clearly compelling to Danny in her current state, like them talking about how the babies are raised by everyone here, for example.
Babies are raised here by everyone. Wow. Nice.
The Attitupa is another one of these, where it's indicating a sense of set role and responsibility that eliminates a lot of the unknowns from the life that Danny is used to. They represent a stable, predefined, and structured life. And with her being such an anxious and traumatized person, that sort of routine, that stability is very comforting because it eliminates one of the main roots of this sort of anxiety coming from the fear of being hurt. When you have a society structured in this sort of way, it means that Danny has become known is no longer around. They're also well aware that Danny, while she's far from being on board with staying with them at the time she arrives, she is really hanging by a thread with her relationship with Christian, as unhealthy as it is, being the only real tie that she has to her life back home. This means that if they manage to get Christian to mate with Maya, they'll be doing two birds with one stone, having someone move there and calling this place home, and also helping to expand their numbers. Danny will also be able to help them. So they're pulling Danny in and make sure to feel welcome while trying to pull Christian away, and all the while just letting this already rotten relationship between the two get worse and worse, and the state of things being highlighted in a really upsetting way following the biggest argument they have in the film. It gets nasty. Christian is really showing how little care he actually has for them.
I feel locked into your debt every time you do something just because you never just gave up.
I really am.
And then the next morning, they just hug and make up. Now, oftentimes, this is the sort of thing you want to see, but they've been here too many times. It's so clear that they're both just delaying the inevitable. So when they have this interaction that should have been the end of the whole thing, seeing them both not acknowledge it beyond saying they don't want to fight is a really rough moment, especially when they're back to bickering later that same day.
That's really...
Why would Simon leave without her?
I'm sure it was just a miscommunication.
I could see you possibly doing that.
It's just a very sad state of affairs. Now, in terms of where things go for Christian, while it does shine a light on him not being entirely closed off to the idea of cheating on Danny, his storyline is also designed in a way that's meant to make you empathize with him, even though he's been a massive piece of shit for the whole movie. Midsommar is very much meant to challenge the audience. This is part of it. We don't see whether or not he agrees or disagrees with the offer of mating with Maya, with his answer being sort of in the middle and leaving it up to us to figure out. But based on the way they go about getting him into this position, I actually think he declines the offer, because they really have to pump him up full of drugs and put him into a state where he has no idea what's going on in order to get him here. After Maya's ritual plays through and during the dance sequence towards the end of the film, Christine is offered another one of their special teas that he declines to use, as usual. People keep taking psychedelics in this movie when they really shouldn't keep, but he's also rather awkward with these people, and when she insists, he just says, fuck it, Yet another scenario where Astor shows his familiarity with bad trips, and it's also where I think Jack Reynor does his best work of the whole movie. Both just because of how convincing he is with the frightened state he's up in, but also because he managed to make me sympathize with the character who I've hated to this point. When he turns to this dude at the table after the game and he's around vaguely, and you can see how scared and disoriented he is. Man, the look on his face, I cannot help but feel bad for the dude, and it's only just starting to get so much worse. When Daniel gets bitten away from the final part of the ceremony, a path of flowers is laid down to Christian as a part of his empathy. And we know from that interaction at the table that he is out of sight, with no idea what's going on. He's in the midst of a mind-fuck of a bad trip, and for all we know, they made his team a lot stronger than the others, or added something extra into it, so he's really not doing well. In that sort of confused state, any sort of direction is going to feel like a source of comfort, because it's something you can focus on following. So when that path goes down, he just keeps walking it, because it's the only thing that makes any sense of his reality at this point. When he reaches his destination, he gets drugged again! As I've said many times in my videos, I hate having to sanitize language. There are certain words that I just can't say or my video will get dinged, and that bothers me because I hate cleaning up language when I'm talking about things that aren't clean. I'm saying this because the scene that follows is Christian being forced into focus after being drugged and not being able to actually consent to it. We'll avoid talking about this too much, mostly because of how much of a nightmare it's going to be to censor it, since it's literally a circle of naked people moaning in unison while being complicit in drugging and forcing Christian to do that. All of that being said, I also can't help but laugh hysterically every time I get to this scene because of how horrifically awkward it is. The look on Christian's face here says it all. That being said, while it's like funny from just like the awkward side of it, it is still horrifying. Like Christian is being robbed of his agency here, if you will. It's sick. It's following this where Christian starts to notice all of the new decorations that show that whatever the Horvas have been building up to, they have no intent to hide it anymore. One thing I didn't mention about that scene is that Danny actually sees it happening, and of course, based on what's happening up to this point and her lack of context, this sends her over the edge into a full-blown panic attack, throwing up, hyperventilating, and that's when that scene I mentioned earlier where all of the others join in her cries of anguish comes, further solidifying that sense of community they've been constructing for her and making her feel seen in a horrifying moment. And the reason I'm mentioning it again now is because when Christian leaves that building, still drugged out of his mind and having just gone through whatever the hell that was, he leaves and hears the painful cries. And I can only imagine how terrifying that must be in this moment. He also finds Simon hung up, having gotten the old Blood Eagle treatment, which is always fun to see. And this is where Christian gets drugged again, and we lead into the final scene of the film, which is the culmination of the ritual meant to bring prosperity to this community of people. 8 of the 9 sacrifices have been selected, with Dan and Ylva being the first 2, Connie, Simon, Mark, and Josh being the next 4. Then there's Ingmar, the one who brought Connie and Simon in, willingly sacrificing himself, and Ulf, the man who lost his shit at Mark earlier for pissing on the sacred tree, doing the same. For the 9th and final sacrifice, Danny will be choosing between Torbjorn, the randomly selected Horga, or Christian, who is completely paralyzed by whatever they blew in his face, but still entirely aware of what's going on, which is a horrifying idea.
You can't speak. You can't move. All right?
Now, the ending of Midsommar has been the point of a lot of discussion, and for good reason. It's pretty loaded in terms of what it has to say about these characters, but the conclusions that people walk away from this with also says a lot about them as individuals, and how susceptible they would be to falling for the tricks of a cult. Danny is more than likely still high on mushrooms, and for all intents and purposes, she is wholly under the influence of the Horgas by this point, with her being in such a susceptible state and then providing her with community while Christian drifted away and him being forced into mating with Maya. Not only is she feeling hatred towards him right now, but she's also being welcomed by the only people to make her feel that way in a very long time. And so, of course, she chooses Christian as the 9th sacrifice. The temple, which has been looming in the background the whole movie, is finally opened, and it's revealed to be where the sacrifice will take place, all of the offerings being placed inside of it, Christian joining after being stuffed into the body of a bear. While Christian has been victimized, he's been a real piece of shit the whole movie, constantly gaslighting Danny and treating her horribly, and this is what he gets. Bear with me a moment. The willing sacrifices are given USAP to ease the pain, and the building is set alight. While outside, we see the Horgas writhing in the connection that they have to one another as they scream alongside their friends and family in a fervor. And while Danny seems to be struggling at first, the final shot
Lord
of the movie
Vass,
shows a smile
welcome to my channel.
As she finally
Jatru
liberates herself
Snake
from the horrible
Kokosai.
person she's been with for so long,
hvala,
and
dobro
finds a
jutro.
new home with these people who showed her actual care. That is the ending that I've heard described to me a few times over the years. Except, I mean, a few notes. One is the music, which is not what I'd describe necessarily as triumphant or liberating. It's got shades of that, sure,
Barefoot
but it's colored by
Atipist.
something much darker and more dissonant.
Welcome to my
Then
channel.
there's the fact that despite
Best
being
viewers
told
on
that
Street
they would
Ambu
feel
con
no
remove the
pain
space
with the sap they were being
ZSJYB.
given, they almost immediately began shrieking in agony when the fire touched them, which makes the Horgas seem kind of full of shit. And then there's, you know, the small part of a drugged victim being murdered and a traumatized abuse victim being manipulated by an incestuous, murderous cult. This is not a you go girl ending by any stretch of the imagination. Even if you think Christian deserved to die because he was a fucking asshole, which I don't think he did, they should have just broken up. Danny getting to this point was not her finding her agency for the first time, standing tall as her own person and getting back at someone who treated her terribly. It's Danny being manipulated and taken advantage of by a community
JASC Spremam za požal jalkakomi SCNEID.
atrocious acts. This is the exact
Da, mogu da
opposite of
shvatim.
liberation, and the tone of this final scene is absolutely haunting. Danny's not free, she's now in the binds of a cult. She didn't choose her real family, she was forced into it by manipulation. It's so emotionally dense with all of these moving parts between the fervor of the Horgas as their ritual finally plays itself through, the painful screams from the burning building, the very off-putting score, and that grin. on
Kako
Danny's
Popsai
face.
is
The
over
whole thing is
Gzekaranag
just such a
Kruger Posla.
powerful sequence that is honestly a perfect ending.
Postaneš kriminalac.
I've had a number of people tell me
Problem je to što i kriminalci rade, to što ljudi ne kapiraju. Kao kriminal je lak, isplati se. Ne, i kriminalci rade, tako da ništa od toga.
I tear up too easily with movies, but fuck off.
I dobar
I like
kriminalac
stories
mora da
because I
radi.
like feeling, and so I've got no problem
Za više
admitting that
para, ali
the
dalje mora da radi.
emotional fervor of this scene always
Jučer smo imali debatu. A 8 sati sedeti ne raditi ništa ili 8 sati raditi, ali 8 sati. Znači da budeš portir u firmi nekoj, bukvalno sediš i ovo radiš. I prošetaš se ponekad u levo desno. Ili 8 sati recimo da sipaš brašno u, ne znam, u mašinu. Isto je, 8 sati moraš biti tu druže. Isto je, verujem, radio sam jedno i drugo. Isto je.
brings me to tears. It's utterly overwhelming in its intensity and subject matter, and I love it to bits. It's always this shot that really pushes me over the edge. It's just so powerful. This is an ending that's meant to make you feel conflicted and walk away sort of dazed by what just happened. And I feel like the way this was presented accomplished that beautifully and leaves the story on a deeply unsettling note. Now, we may have gone through the whole movie, but I'm not done with Midsommar just yet. I talked about a lot of little details throughout this thing, but the sheer volume of tiny details with tons of meaning in this movie cannot be understated, and I want to go through and take a closer look at the runes that can be found throughout the film, because this is something that was given a lot of care. Now, I'm not going to go into copious detail about this, since Novum already has a Midsommar video which is way more in-depth than this, and they even got access to some information about the effect that was actually designed for this movie. And I didn't feel right using that information since they were the ones who sourced it. I haven't personally seen Novum's video, but I found it while I was researching the runes in this movie, so go watch that if you want a proper deep dive into that side of things. And pretty much everything else as well. I cannot begin to fathom the amount of work that Novum puts into those videos. I'm just going to go through the ones that I found the most interesting during my own research. So the runes used in this movie are from
GCT Biona Puzzle.
As we learned from that moment where Ingmar answers Josh's question about a stone.
Younger Plutarch, I think, or is that medieval?
Actually, that is the elder Plutarch.
For an example of just how deeply thought out everything was, the tables were laid out to form the Othilla rune, which represents inherited property, group order, and experience. Not only does that make sense considering this is a gathering of community, but you also have Dan and Ylva's ritual happening here, with them giving themselves up to partially lessen the burden of the others and leaving them to inherit what they will.
Lord
That's just one
Vass,
that feels like a part of a
thanks
general
for following.
practice for people who live by this sort of thing, but there's also a lot said in the narrative with it, particularly in terms of the embroidered runes on the clothing at the end. Danny, unlike all of the others here, is wearing the inverse Raido and Dagas runes, which represents crisis, rigidity, injustice, and death, and ending and hopelessness, respectively. That is a really disturbing detail, because while she's being dressed in lovely clothing and dancing out in the warm sun, she's unknowingly wearing are designed to hearken in only the worst, and she has no idea. The last one I wanted to mention comes up during the hallucination she has of her parents after she wins the dance competition.
Biću bolje u petak.
Night Ted below Juice CEO Dan.
Which represents reckless haste, disharmony, mistrust, and betrayal, which was probably the most impactful one we learn about given the context, almost reading like a sort of warning for the deception that Danny is falling for. Again, there is a ton more of this kind of stuff, but Novum's video is going to be the place to go for that. The last thing I want to talk about is the difference between the theatrical and the director's cut, because this isn't one of those things where it's like 5 minutes longer or anything. This has almost 24 minutes of additional footage. The first time I saw the director's cut, I liked most of the additions early on, but I was thrown off by the added scenes between Christian and Danny that make him even worse than he was in the theatrical version, going from a neglectful asshole to a full-blown gaslighting piece of shit. I didn't like this one, because I felt like it was taking away from the subtlety of their relationship at first.
Manje više petak mi je ove nedelje.
Recently, I realized that it actually makes way more sense to show how explosive things are, since this is a breakup movie at its core. Seeing these big blowouts and near tipping points for them got me more immersed into the stage of their relationship and made it feel very real and human. These sorts of arguments do happen and are a part of these situations. And not only do these scenes add a lot of context for that, but one of them also makes Danny seem more competent and aware because of that thing that she calls out about it not making sense for them to be allowed to be here.
Why would they trust us? You're opportunistic anthropology students.
Maybe because we're anthropology students, maybe they want someone to document this.
Fucking blind?
The discussion before they leave also goes from really uncomfortable to flat out sickening in the director's cut. It's not just these scenes that make Christian worse though, because there's also quite a bit more in terms of him messing with Josh's thesis throughout the whole movie, and that whole subplot just holds a lot more weight in the director's cut.
Why are you even in academia? You don't care, which is fine. That is your prerogative. But do not appropriate my actual work for your new shortcut.
You also get more in the way of the Horga's ritual and way of life. These scenes are given more breathing room and detail, and I found that to be a really effective way of immersing the viewer in the culture. Overall, the director's cut is just a more fleshed out and immersive watch, with more additional scenes on top of what I just mentioned.
Samojeko nastavistim kutmo se.
Interesting interactions.
See that pilot?
Stream.
Josh was already brainwashed when I found him.
To me, the director's cut is just a straight upgrade, and is without a doubt the only version I'll probably watch going forward, unless I'm showing it to someone for the first time, because I know a lot of people already found the theatrical version too long, and if that's the case, I don't imagine the director's cut will save anything. And so that's Midsommar, a brilliant film that started out as a simple folk horror slasher, but became a ridiculously detailed and unsettling look at a horrible relationship that ends on such an off-putting note that never fails to leave me stunned for a moment after it ends. I have revisited this one far more than I have Hereditary, in all honesty, and we still have one more Ari Aster movie to look at to coincide with Eddington's release, and I'm not even sure how to begin approaching that one, but we'll figure something out. Thanks for watching through to the end. I hope you enjoyed the video enough that you want to see more, and if that's the case, consider subscribing and hitting the notification bell because YouTube can sometimes suck at recommending channels. A huge thank you to my wonderful Patreon supporters and YouTube channel members who are a massive help in allowing me to continue committing as much time as I can to making these videos. If you want to gain access to things like behind the scenes material or gain early access to my videos, consider supporting me on either platform. As always, thank you for stopping by Rockland Graves. I hope you've enjoyed your stay.
Obnovi kožu od iritacija sa čistim hijaluronom i vitaminom E. Novi Nivea Men Derma Control Sensitive.
Nova Mirinda Tropical. Osjeti tropski.
During the 16th and 17th century, there was a divide in Puritans over corruption in the Church of England and how it was to best be handled. Some felt that purifying the corruption and maintaining the systemic structure was the best way to carry on, but there were others who felt that the corruption went too deep and the purification wasn't happening quick enough. And so a separatist movement began with some Puritans pushing for local independent churches as opposed to all existing under the Church of England. This is where Robert Eggers' 2015 film The Witch picks up, with a family of separatists being tried for their patriarch's continuous attempts to have this community join the separatist movement and his mocking of the Church of England under which this settlement still exists and stands by.
I cannot be judged by false Christians, for I have done nothing save preach Christ's true gospel.
As they build their homestead and their new lives away from the settlement, Sam, the newest addition to their family, goes missing in a horrifying and bizarre way as their daughter Thomasin is playing with him, taken by a witch in the plain daylight. Following his disappearance, the homestead falls victim to the dark magic calling these woods home. Folklore itself has existed for as long as humans have been able to communicate stories to each other, and while today it mostly exists as nothing more than fun stories to tell around a campfire or get some insight into the functions of a particular society or culture during a period of time, during these times, the subjects of folklore were not perceived as a thing of fiction, but instead as things that truly did exist within the woods and were to be feared. Witchcraft was a particularly strong and prevalent fear during this time, and eventually led to the infamous Salem witch trials that took place from 1692 to 1693. In today's stories, witches are often depicted in a humorous or fun, spooky way, which is a far cry from the horrifyingly wicked way they were seen back in these days. Robert Eggers grew up in New England in the deep historical roots of witchcraft and had a strong fear of them growing up, being exposed to more of the traditional ideas of them as opposed to what they've mostly become in fiction nowadays. Eggers' career began as a production designer for plays, and he also directed a few of his own during his early days, including a stage production of the 1922 classic Nosferatu. After having a number of pitches for feature films be unable to find funding because of how bizarre the scripts were, Eggers focused his mind on trying to create a more conventional conventional and palatable film to begin his filmmaking career with. Because of his lifelong fascination with old-school folklore and the history of witchcraft, he wrote the script for The Witch aiming to give an accurate depiction of how they were feared by society at this time. It was suggested to him that he create a short film that reflected certain elements that would be the focus of The Witch, like creepy dark forests and working with younger actors. His short film, Brothers, was made as a proof of concept to attract investors, and it's a really interesting watch for those interested in this sort of thing. I won't spoil it here though, because I want to do a video going over all of the short films Eggers has made because they're really fun to look at. This proof of concept worked, and in 2015, Eggers would finally release his first feature-length film, which captured that old-school folklore history that he grew up so fascinated by and showed a crazy strong commitment to historical accuracy, thematic exploration of sexual repression and religious pressures, and a deep understanding of how to build an oppressive horror atmosphere and well-earned scares, all brought to life with fairy tale-like imagery and a visual style reminiscent of artwork from the period. Eggers initially wanted to shoot the film in New England, as this is where the story takes place, but due to budget restrictions and tax incentives, production primarily took place in Canada. Working with a $3.5 million budget, The Witch is a prime example of the difference between compromising your vision and compromising to achieve your vision, because what this crew was able to pull off with the money they were working with is quite frankly astounding. Everything was meticulously researched and painstakingly crafted to accurately reflect the time period, and it's a testament to that commitment that the main inaccuracies boil down to this dog breed being incorrect, the corn shock not being something that was commonplace in the region at the time, and there are more candles lit in the house than realistically there would have been. Those are the main exceptions here, with everything else from the structural designs of the houses, the insanely detailed costume design, the language, behaviors, and the cultural expectations. They're all period accurate. I am not nearly well versed enough in history to be able to pick all of these details up, but even with my rudimentary knowledge and research for this video, I'm just absolutely blown away by how much thought went into these elements, and that's how to properly allocate a budget. The film was shot digitally, which was a compromise made for the sake of the budget, and it's something that Eggers has not done since and probably will never do again, as film stock definitely suits his style more. The Witch is a movie that has gotten better for me every single time I've sat down to watch it, despite going through it at least once a year since its release, and it's a movie that would undoubtedly make a list of my all-time favorite films, so let's take a look at what makes The Witch a modern folk horror masterpiece, despite Eggers' own insistence that it's overrated.
I'll be the witch of the wood. Liar, liar. I am.
Religion was at the core of society in these days, dictating much of how people functioned and being leveraged within government, and Puritanism was a particularly strict Christian religion that wanted to purify the Church of Roman Catholicism, feeling that they were too lax with their enforcement of traditional guidelines.
Damn it, church.
There is no hither.
What need we, silver chalices?
William's outward beliefs as a separatist leads the family to being banished from the plantation, and they take their belongings off to the wilderness, cast out to survive on their own without the supports of a settlement. Darren Blaschke has been Eggers' go-to cinematographer for every film in his career so far, and it's not hard to see why they've stuck together for so long, because right away, The Witch has an absolutely striking visual style, with nearly every single shot in the movie looking like an old painting. Shooting on film definitely would have been a better fit for the movie, but considering they had to work around the very clean look
Welcome
of the
to my channel.
It's very impressive how organic they managed to make the movie look and feel. A lot of that is certainly thanks to the stellar costume and set designs, but it also largely has to do with the decisions made in terms of lighting, color palette, and composition, and the results are just stunning. It reminds me a lot of Andrew Wyeth's paintings, who's one of my favorite artists, and every time I watch the movie, I find myself appreciating more and more just how bleakly gorgeous it is. One of the best shots of the movie is them rolling on their carriage into the woods after leaving the plantation, where it almost starts to look like they're fading and blending into the very forest itself. Other shots like them sitting around a fire not long after, the scene at the dinner table, when the kids are listening in on their parents' conversations, when Thomasin removes her garments at the end of the movie, and especially this shot, which I'm going to talk about later, all of these look like you'd see them as paintings hanging up in a historical museum, and it's one of the things that makes The Witch stand out. The film was shot in a 1.66 to 1 aspect ratio, which is a taller aspect ratio than most films are usually shot in. This isn't just some unmotivated decision to give the film a unique look, it's something that was intentionally done because these taller ratios do a better job at emphasizing both the height of things, but also can create a more claustrophobic feel for interior scenes. The way the forest looks is made more effective because of how that aspect ratio makes the trees feel like they're stretching higher above the characters, almost looking like these old withered fingers of the witch stretching up from the dirt and into the gray sky. Point is, the movie is just an absolute treat to look at. It doesn't take long for the historical accuracy that has been a focal point of Eggers' career to be plainly apparent either, and while I'm not going to go through every example of this because again, I'm not well versed enough to do so, and I'm not sure how interesting of a video that would make, I do want to point something out here that I think is a good reflection of how this sort of thing was handled throughout the film. The men and women here are split down the middle of the court, standing on opposite sides of the room, but some of the younger boys are standing with the women, which is accurate to how this would have been at the time. We see that same sort of division later when they sit at the dinner table, and there are so many little details in the day-to-day functions of the homestead that lend themselves really well to a sense of realism and immersion within the time period. The film's accuracy has been heavily praised by historians, and even as someone who doesn't know a ton about it, I find that these details go a long way in getting me invested in the world. Last thing I want to touch on before getting more into the film's story is the absolutely beautiful, poetic writing style present in the film.
I love Caleb.
I knew they found it. File is down. I could sing and wait.
Many period pieces will alter the language spoken from what it would have been at the time to try and make it more palatable and easier to follow for modern audiences, since language changes so much over time and they don't want people having to fight to understand what's being said. That's not something that has ever been a priority in Eggers' work, and the dialogue in this movie is very much reflective of how people would have spoken in this time. And man, how I wish modern language was even half as poetic as some of the dialect that used to be commonplace.
Dare you chide me in a cup? It is not for vanity that I am grieved of it.
Like, instead of stop saying that fuck shit, why can't we say,
Devil, why this tongue in thy mouth?
Not only is that more poetic, it's also just way cooler. This kind of writing is very hard for actors to perform because as the dialect isn't intrinsic to how we speak now, it leaves essentially no room for improvising and requires perfect memorization of the exact wording in the script, which makes it all the more impressive that we have these very young actors delivering on such demanding performances. It does mean that the meaning of some lines or even entire conversations will be lost on viewers, at least on the first go around, but it also rewards being very attentive and invested and provides a lot of rewatch value since you'll be picking up more every time you see it. Something that's very important to me in period pieces is not adjusting the behaviors, beliefs, or values of the characters to make them more approachable for cultural norms in modern times. And not only does Eggers unabashedly present characters as they would be during the time period his films are set in, but I also love that he takes the time and does the research to make sure they speak in the way they would as well, sometimes directly lifting lines from period-relevant texts, like that great line I just mentioned. Alright, well, with all that covered, let's take a look at the story of the film and how it presents the old folklore of witchcraft and deep-seated religious fear. The Witch is a simple story, following this family in the wake of the loss of their youngest child and watching as things progressively worsen as the family is torn apart by the darkness in these woods. Throughout the course of the film, this disheveled family is tormented and manipulated by the witch that stole Sam, and the context of that scene is very important in establishing the overarching through line that results in Thomasin being left in a vulnerable enough position that she can be drawn into the darkness. Sam was taken under Thomasin's supervision, and throughout the course of the film, when horrible things like this happen, she's in a position that makes her seem at fault for them, and with these seeds of witchcraft being planted in the minds of the family from the beginning, she's accused of communing with the devil herself, tearing apart her family from the inside to prove her worth. While she is innocent of the things she's being blamed for, her introduction on the homestead establishes her as a sinner, at least in thought.
I confess I've lived in sin.
Repression is a core part of what's being explored in the movie, which is something that was also a huge focal point of Eggers' second film, The Lighthouse.
If I had a thing,
natural parts of human nature have historically been something deeply feared and marred by threats of eternal hellfire if they're indulged, but by pushing down our intrinsic nature, what's essentially happening is the same thing that would happen if you try and compress too much sand into a plastic bag. Eventually, the bag is going to break, and the sand will come pouring out through the tears. Anya Taylor-Joy was cast in the film because Eggers felt like there was no way that she could have been a Puritan, and that feeling of being out of place is very important for the character as she's slowly pushed towards accepting another way of life at the end of the movie. She's wanting more than to be shipped off to another family to mother children, but her deep religious upbringing has taught her that she can't turn her back on those wifely duties. In a lot of ways, distinct personalities of individuals didn't play much of a role in people's lives, as Everyone was born with their lives laid out for them because of how much harsher surviving in the world was in these days, and because there were such strict rules about how men and women were expected to behave throughout the course of their lives. This is, of course, completely antithetical to how we understand humans to function now, but paving your way in life and finding your own unique path to follow was simply not something that people were permitted to explore in these days, both out of religious fear for urges that were considered deeply sinful, and also because of the expectation that everyone must contribute in a very specific way to society. That repression of human nature isn't only clear in Thomason's character, but also in her younger brother Caleb, who we see grappling with his hormonal teenage thoughts and not knowing what he's meant to do with them, feeling only shame. His story is very much focused on sexual repression, as this introduction to his character establishes, and it's then later expanded upon when he's seduced by the witch deep in the forest into engaging in sinful activities, essentially tainting his being in the process, which is represented by him having bit of the apple and seeing it rotten and deathly. One of my favorite scenes of the movie is a conversation between Caleb and William while they're out hunting, where Caleb is seeking answers about original sin. Samuel had not yet been baptized at the time of his death, and so Caleb is horrified by the thought that his baby brother is now cursed to burn in hellfire for all eternity despite never committing a sinful act in his life. And this makes him deeply fearful of what would happen to him if he were to die, because he has been engaging with sin in thought. The idea that a newborn baby is somehow intrinsically evil and deserving of eternal torture if they're not purified is, quite honestly, a horrific thought, and it's so unsettling to see William essentially tell him to let it go and focus on his own prayer.
That's how Sam sleeps in Jesus. The devil is behind me. But I cannot tell thee that.
In these days, families were instructed to not make close bonds with their children until they turned 4 years old, since the world was so unforgiving and children often died before they reached that age. So up to that point, the idea was to raise the kids from a functional perspective as opposed to an emotional one. This isn't a repression as a result of religious restrictions like many of the others are, but instead one that comes from the simple fact that life was far harsher in these days, but it still has that similar effect of forcing people to hold back parts of themselves that really can't be held. That's looking at things from a more broad thematic perspective, but in terms of the forward-facing story that we're experiencing, the family is having a tough time making life work for them outside of the plantation, primarily in regards to their crops and the health of their animals. Their yields are not working out, winding up rotten or black with sickness, and in William's desperation, he decides to secretly sell a chalice that Catherine kept from her father. When it goes missing, her blame is directed towards Thomason before anyone else, which is a really great example early on of how Catherine blames Thomason for Sam's disappearance and how she's apt to blame her very quickly when things go wrong in the future, which is a very important part of the story. He does eventually confess to selling the chalice to support the family, but by this point that blame has already been seated in Thomason, and his confession comes during another moment where Thomason seems to be guilty of something happening with another one of the kids, so it unfortunately doesn't do much to help ease things out between Thomason and Catherine.
I took thy father's cup. I sold it.
One of the main elements of the casting decisions with this movie is that most of the actors were relatively unknown at the time, which helped with the budget restrictions, but also made it so that it would be more likely that an audience would have no associations with the actors' faces outside of the characters they were playing. This has, of course, not remained the case, as the cast in this film has gone on to become much more recognizable, but the casting decisions are so good even without that lack of outside association. Ralph Ineson and Kate Dickie have very puritanistic faces and fall into the period easily, and Joy's softer features and bright blonde hair do make her feel very out of place in this family of harsher faces with dark hair. Of course, it's not just their looks that went into their casting, as the performances from everyone are absolutely nothing less than stunning.
I made no
The
bargain.
devil hath no interest in thee.
I am no witch, Father.
What did I but see in my house?
There is so much weight given to every increasingly dark moment of the film thanks to what this cast delivered, and their performances alongside the often long, breathing scenes create such a strong sense of immersion and believability. Casting child actors can be tricky, and you risk hurting the immersion if it doesn't work out well, but Ellie Granger and Lucas Dawson both did fantastic jobs with their characters. Oh, and of course, Ralph Ineson has the pinnacle of human voice production, which definitely helps a lot. So what of this elusive witch? We don't actually see her very much, and the moments where we do are often short and quite dark, making it difficult to ever fully get an idea of what she looks like, which helps build up a great eerie quality to her presence. While we don't see her much, she's felt throughout the entire film, not just because of the oppressive atmosphere or the bleak events, but also thanks to the very traditional symbolism associated with witches. For example, hares were often tied together with them, with some thinking that witches could shapeshift into hares, and throughout the film, there's one that seems to be almost taunting the family with food, like the witch is dangling their survival in front of them but never letting them get their hands on it. Those portrayals of old beliefs about witchcraft are a huge part of what I love so much about this movie, another one being what's done with Sam after he's taken. It was believed that witches would coat their poles in the blood of unbaptized babies, allowing them to fly on them, and it's one hell of a scene to have early on in the movie. It's the most grotesque sequence of the whole thing, with some of the most unsettling imagery of the witch herself as she goes through this horrifying ritual, closing off in one of my favorite shots in all of horror, where she begins floating up towards the moon through the rickety branches on the dead trees and then morphs into looking like a raven silhouetted in the middle of the frame. It's an eerily gorgeous shot that feels so dreamlike, selling that connection that this witch has with something outside of our world really well in a very short period of time. There are all sorts of these fairy tale-like images, another one of my favorites being right when Sam is kidnapped and we see the witch running through the woods in a red cloak, obviously reflecting the Little Red Riding Hood story in a twisted way, but on top of that, it's also just an insanely creepy looking shot. During these scenes of the supernatural, Eggers and Blasky chose to shoot them at either 27 or 29 frames per second as opposed to the traditional 24, which, when contrasted against the rest of the film being shot in that traditional frame rate, gives them a dreamlike quality that really separates the tone of these moments from the rest. Throughout most of the movie, these scenes use 27 frames per second, but they go up to 29 in the final scene to really push that feeling as far as it's going to go, making that conclusion feel utterly otherworldly. Part of the reasoning behind wanting these scenes to feel dreamlike is that a lot of the imagery in the movie was inspired by dreams that Eggers had as a kid, with moments like when the witch is in the barn at the end of the movie being pretty much a straight rip from recurring nightmares, so this creative decision was a way to reflect that feeling. Outside of the witch herself and her manifestation as this haunting hare, there is the star of the show, Black Phillip, a goat who is, for all intents and purposes, the devil himself. One of the main points of manipulation within this family comes from Black Phillip gaining the trust of the two youngest children, whispering in their ears when no one is around. Children are easily manipulated, and while they surely could have been convinced to take part in some horrible act, the primary reason that they're being used here is to make Thomasin look even more guilty. Black Phillip plants these ideas into the kids' heads, knowing that they'll eventually repeat some of what they're being told, and that will help strengthen the wedge between Thomasin and the rest of the family. I've been talking lots about this manipulation to isolate Thomasin from the love of her family and make her more open to accepting a life led by the devil, and if there's any one scene where her fate is sealed, it's Caleb's death, which is potentially the best scene of the whole movie. The previous morning, Caleb woke up before anyone else to go off into the woods and try to hunt to prove himself as a man and provide for his struggling family, but Thomasin catches him and convinces him to let her come along. Otherwise, she'll go and tell her parents about what he's doing.
Don't let me along with you. I'll wake Mother and Father this instant.
They share one of very few tender scenes here, wandering through the woods and talking about memories from earlier on in life.
Remember once he lay upon the table, and Father saw him and he said, "We will have him for meat. Kate, we will roast this beast."
Despite Caleb being too young at the time to remember what she's talking about, it's a very sweet and honest scene that goes a long way to making the sibling relationship between these two feel more believable.
I remember that day. But
One
no glass.
shot.
It's a nice touch, too, that this is one of few scenes in the movie where there's a nice sunny glow, helping to emphasize the glimmer of comfort in this bleak world. Sun is very uncommon in the movie, with the only other prominent example of it being when they first arrive on the homestead early on with all their wildest dreams laid out in front of them, which, of course, isn't a long-lasting light. It seems to be set in stone that no warmth is to last very long in this movie, as this tender moment is also cut short when their dog goes chasing after the hare. Caleb follows, and the horse is scared, causing it to throw Thomasin off and knock her out, and Caleb is then lost to the woods and drawn in by the dark seduction of the witch. This isn't only another situation where Thomasin was the only person around when something goes wrong with another kid, it also means that the family has now been left without their horse or their gun, leaving them more stranded and without the ability to properly defend themselves, or hunt for food for that matter. Caleb shows back up later in the night, Thomasin being the one that finds him, once again creating more questions about her honesty with the family and the nature of her character in their eyes. What follows the next morning is a scene that is nothing less than absolutely breathtaking, beginning with the harrowing screams of pain coming from Caleb in the upper loft of the house. Harvey Scrimshaw may not have been all that interested in doing this movie, only taking the audition because he was at the mall with his mother and given the decision between going shoe shopping or doing this random audition, and he didn't want to go shoe shopping. But holy sweet hell, is this one of the most impressive things I have ever seen from an actor of his age. This scene is an absolute endurance test, with something like 17 pages of script to go through and an insanely long and complex monologue asked of Scrimshaw as his character goes through this chilling experience. Caleb was had by dark magic and is now fading away on a roller coaster of a scene where he goes from screaming in agony to a more joyous state, seeming to be in the presence of the divine as he fades. There's the very unsettling thought that he's only being shown what he sees as the sight of his Lord to taunt him before pulling him into hellfire for falling into the witch's trap. It's equally cruel for the false hope that it gives his family that he may be okay after the love of the Lord reached out and helped him. The monologue is absolute poetry, as is most of the writing of the film, and it's the sheer intensity and unpredictability of what's happening that gives this scene so much weight. It's an absolutely heartbreaking thing to watch as his parents go from terrified by what's happening to forming a prayer circle to try and save him, thinking it worked as he begins to show this touch of God, and then being absolutely devastated when he ultimately falls away from them. The look on William's face here
Calling down support weapon. Throwing supply beacon. Calling down a sentry. Sending down a sentry. Requesting sentry. Tagging map. Southwest. 200 meters. Marking location.
Watch out, watch out.
Heavy. Southwest. On my position. Reloading. Sentry.
Thanks.
Reporting to the front. mind. Run. Calling down a sentry. Requesting sentry. Heavy. Heavy, north. On my position. Requesting sentry. Calling down a sentry. Requesting sentry. Punch.
Stalker nest nearby.
Thank you.
Thanks.
New mag. Injuries? What is it? Heavy. Rare sample acquired. Calling in
Terrible.
reinforcements.
Terrible.
Thank you. Ready to... Calling down a support weapon. Dropping a pin. East, 50 meters. Tagging map. East, 200 meters. Requesting sentry. Calling down a sentry. Requesting sentry. location, south. Calling down a sentry! Requesting sentry! Calling in reinforcements! Say hello to democracy! Reinforcing! Reinforcing! Calling down a walker. Dropping a pin, north, 100 meters. Rare sample acquired. Requesting sentry! Calling down a sentry! Tagging map, southeast. Requesting sentry! Calling in reinforcements! How'd you like the taste of freedom? You will never destroy our way of life. Dropping baggage.
Get down.
Calling down a sentry! Package acquired! Requesting sentry! Say hello to democracy!
By the way, guys, mortar deal splash damage to us also. So be careful. Might get killed by own mortar.
Throwing supply beacon!
Deploying equipment package.
Requesting advanced weaponry! Dropping items. Supplies. Bug outpost spotted.
Duck, trust me. I got this.
Affirmative. Helldivers never die. Dropping pack. Reinforcing.
Slowly. Let me nervous.
Calling down a sentry. Requesting sentry. Calling down a vehicle. Bugs. Tagging map. East, 300 meters. Calling down. Requesting sentry. Sample collected. Calling in reinforcements.
Hive structure destroyed.
location. Northeast, cancel that. New mag!
Outpost cleared.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dropping a pin.
You're welcome.
Northwest. 100 meters.
Requesting backpack.
Calling down supplies.
Fuck. Not that one.
Calling down a support weapon. Supplies.
My bad.
In the sky.
Heavy south. On my position. Calling down a sentry. Say hello to democracy. Got a sample. Package acquired. Orbital inbound.
Dropping package. New mag.
I found blue.
Package acquired.
Dropping package. Package acquired. Engaging terminal. Calling in reinforcements. Requesting sentry. Tagging map, southwest. Calling down a sentry. Requesting sentry. Supplies.
Evo here.
Requesting vehicle. Calling down a sentry. Marking map. Northwest, 200 meters. Enemy elite. West, 50 meters. Thank you.
Thanks.
Calling down. Requesting sentry. Get some! Get some!
You may proceed to extraction when ready.
New mag!
Oh yeah, there is a bunker right
Dropping a pin.
Right there.
East. Far. Requesting sentry. Rare sample acquired. Calling down a sentry. Got a sample. My life for Super Earth. Calling down a sentry.
Deploying sentry.
Requesting sentry. Requesting advanced weaponry.
You may proceed to extraction when ready.
Nice.
Thank you.
GG.
Can't liberate with this broken arm. For prosperity! How'd you like it?
Gotta go samples. Can you reinforce him? A1, Alpha 1. I'll do it.
Rear.
I'll do it. I'll do it.
Affirmative.
Oh. Oh.
Calling in reinforcements.
Calling down a sentry! Requesting sentry! Magnum! Tagging map, west, 50 meters.
I think I see samples.
Dropping items.
I got him. Did I? Oh. Oh,
Affirmative.
I got them. Please don't go into the water.
Affirmative. extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
Liberty smiles upon your triumph.
Always good to have another hero on board. Welcome back. Friendly fire is a necessary evil of war.
Good luck, gentlemen. Don't die.
Welcome aboard, Helldiver, and congratulations on completing.
Yes, yes, yes.
Air of relief and hope and joy makes it so much worse, and then Catherine shrieks as she realizes what's happened. It's a stunning sequence, full stop, and I always find myself tearing up, not just from the emotionality of the scene itself, but just from how insanely intense and well done it is. Another interesting detail here is how the twins seem to be tied into whatever's happening with Caleb, the first sign of that being that they can't remember their prayers, which is already a really eerie detail, and then as they mirror what's happening to him, it's made clear that through their communication with Black Phillip, they've become intertwined with the darkness in the forest. What the exact nature of their involvement is never spelled out to us, but it seems that they've certainly been compelled by and connected to the witch's power. They accuse Thomasin of bewitching Caleb and being behind all of the horrible things that have happened because Black Phillip told them she was, and also because of a jest from Thomasin earlier in the movie where she was taking her frustrations out on Mercy by scaring the shit out of her and pretending to be the one responsible for Sam's disappearance. Continuing on with the absolute perfection of this sequence, Thomasin runs outside and is followed by William, who catches her by a little bush and has what's probably my favorite interaction of the film. At first, it seems as if he may believe her side of the story and doesn't think she's the one responsible for what's been happening, as he speaks very tenderly to her.
This tree would be lovely come spring.
That line there, I'm sounding like a bit of a broken record there, also always brings a tear to my eye because it highlights so much of the tragedy in what's happened. It brings to mind those little pretty things in life that don't always get the attention they should. The sadness of it is that it's just this barren assortment of thin branches during this season. They are so far away from the warmth of the world. I'm very struck by just how well that one line paints a broad picture of the film's story. It also calls back to a conversation from earlier on where Catherine talks about how far away from the love of Christ she feels, and the way William closes that conversation is so deeply eerie and very revealing of the life perspective people have in these days.
I fear I cannot ever feel that same measure of love again.
I'm reading a lot into a fucking bare bush, aren't I? Anyway, the point of the scene isn't that William believes Thomasin. Quite the opposite, actually. And the core of what's happening here is what makes him my favorite character in the movie.
Hello, Caleb.
Kyle is dead.
There's no quick switch where she's thrown out to the woods for what her family believe her to be guilty of, but instead, William's fatherly side takes hold, and he wants to try and turn Thomasin around from the path of abuse that she on, speaking softly to her to try and appeal to whatever may be left of the young girl. It's a bone-chilling scene as William pleads for his daughter to stay in the light of God, but she manages to turn things around and tell him about all of the strange behaviors from the twins, calling into question everything about what's going on here.
Mercy told me herself by the stream, I be the witch of the wood.
Unable to find the answers he needs, William boards the remaining children in the barn and says they'll be returning to the plantation tomorrow and whatever needs to be sorted out will be, but unbeknownst to him, he's just sealed their tomb. As I briefly mentioned earlier, one of those recurring nightmares that Eggers had as a child was of a witch kneeled over in a dark corner, and when he approached, she would turn around and begin a dreadful cackle, which is when he would jolt awake. And we see something very similar to this happen with the twins, who are then nowhere to be found anymore. Before that happens, though, there's a gut-wrenching sequence where these two broken parents have to bury their son, and with that comes one of my favorite shots in film. This is just absolutely stunning in every way, with the close runner-up being this one of the kids listening in on their parents earlier on when they were talking about how Thomasin has come of age and needs to begin pursuing her family. Please let Robert and Jaren continue working together forever, because this is just goddamn art right here. Catherine climbs into the grave, and apparently the look on William's face here had every parent on set in tears. It's a really powerful moment that's so insanely bleak. Back to the next morning where the twins are gone, the goats have been torn to shreds, and Thomasin is left on her own, sitting in the shambles of this horrible sight and looking like she was guilty of all of it the whole time. To make things even more tragic, William dies right after this, meaning that his final moments in life were the false realization that his daughter had killed all of her siblings and is now one with the devil. Can't not be badass going out though.
Corruption. Thou art my father.
Metal as fuck. Well, I think Caleb's death is probably the best scene of the movie. I think my favorite may be this monologue from William the night before he dies, where he's so overwhelmed by the feeling of failing his family and losing them to darkness because of his stance as Puritan separatist and unwillingness to abide by the laws of the settlement area. It's a hauntingly tragic prayer where he's begging God to save his family, no matter what he has to say in return.
Along with the ghost of thine earth.
It's heartbreaking and also eerily beautiful to watch him collapse in the dirt, bathed in ghostly moonlight, and beg for the grace he feels he's deprived his family of.
I beg thee, my Christ, I have not damned my family.
William is a good father, as Catherine is a good mother who's been driven past the point she's able to handle. During that same night, she sees visions of everything she so deeply desires back in her life once again. Samuel has been found. Caleb is standing there with him. Her father's silver cup is by her side. All is well. She's being taunted by visions of joy, only for it all to be ripped from her as this evil feeds off her very body. Her death is what I would call the most disturbing scene of the movie, where she's just completely broken upon coming outside to this horrifying sight, and she tries to kill Thomason in her despair. What makes this so tough to watch, on top of how inherently unsettling a mother attacking her child like this is Thomason's repeated pleading of "I love you" throughout the whole thing. The love of her mother has been stolen from her falsely. She's trying to hold on to whatever she can of this fear, while her mother doesn't feel any of it anymore. She brutally chops at her mother's face on the brink of death, taking her over the final step that needed to happen in order for her to be willing to accept the offer she's about to be made. That loss of innocence is represented by her stripping off her garments, showing how she's essentially ridding herself of the confines of Puritan society that she's lived within her whole life, and leaving herself exposed to other influences to take its place. She seeks out Black Phillip that night, knowing that there is some dark magic within the goat after seeing how it affected the twins, and wanting to find whatever acceptance she can. And the devil manifests as this very opulent-looking figure to compel her more into a life of riches. The final scene of the movie shows Thomason walking into the woods, with another one of my favorite shots being this one, where it looks like she's almost floating up to the trees since it's too dark for us to see the ground. All we see is her ghostly pale outline going higher into the darkness. She wanders into the moonlit forest and finds in it a coven of witches dancing naked around a fire, chanting into the night sky. Thomason, having signed the devil's book and accepting herself into the coven, floats into the sky and down into it. The witch is, at the end of the day, not meant to be much more than a vignette of what was essentially every Puritan's worst nightmare, taking every fear this culture had and painting it in vivid, dreamy detail. One of the biggest elements of this is the all-timer score from Mark Corvin, whose praises I have been singing since I saw this movie, and who has continued to deliver some of the best horror movie music in modern filmmaking. Both thanks to his wonderfully twisted mind, but also because of this bizarre instrument he calls the apprehension engine, which I've talked about on the channel before because I'm absolutely obsessed with it. On top of taking advantage of the hauntingly nightmarish sounds this thing can create, he also made use of some very traditional instruments such as the nyckelharpa, a Swedish bowed instrument that also uses keys to give it a very unique sound. The zuhiko was also used, a finished 2- or 3-string lyre, and much of the vocals in the soundtrack were actually black magic chants. That's awesome. It's a chilling score that helps to bring to life the deeply historical and richly feel of the movie. Not only using traditional instrumentation to further immerse in the film's tone, but also very old-school melodies and progressions. It's amazing, inject it into my games, and play it at my funeral. I could listen to what went music for all eternity, I think? This is one of those movies that many have said is just nothing happening for a moment, and I couldn't disagree more with that sentiment. Despite its simple idea, this is an insanely detailed and gripping depiction of all of the worst fears of Puritan society, packed with breathtaking performances, crazy attention to detail, great dynamics between the characters that evolve in interesting ways, and some of the most beautiful historical cinematography I've ever seen. Watching the violent decimation of this family from the inside is a harrowing experience, and it's also poetically portrayed with a competence that is quite frankly absurd for a first-time feature film. I also love that despite the film's overall straightforward approach to displaying a Puritan nightmare, there's also the little hint that maybe what happened here was a result of their tainted crops, as we do see ergot fungus on some of them. It's not an angle that's expanded upon beyond that little nod, but I love that it's there because it leaves a little what-if idea floating around. The Witch is not only one of my favorite horror movies of all time, but one of my favorite movies, period. The sheer artistry and respect for folklore is something that is very rarely seen, especially when dealing with witches who have become more comical than anything else these days. What makes it even more impressive is that this movie uses very classical traits of witches, with the old hag portrayal and flying on brooms. Not quite brooms, actually. They were traditionally just poles, and that's what we see here. There's also things like the characteristic cackling, the Red Riding Hood motifs. It's all here, and it's very impressive to see that Eggers was able to take these traits that have been presented comically for so long and make them scary again by turning the camera into the eyes of someone in Puritan times and showing how deeply frightening witches were. This is one of those movies where I finish it and my first thought is always just like, well, what the hell is going to be able to follow that? It's just phenomenal. Being Eggers' first full-length feature is wild. I have no issues with saying that this is my favorite folk horror movie ever made, and my favorite depiction of witchcraft in film.
Oh my god.
Thanks for watching through to the end. I hope you enjoyed the video enough that you want to see more, and if that's the case, consider subscribing and hitting the notification bell because YouTube can sometimes suck at recommending. Thank you to my wonderful Patreon supporters and YouTube channel members who are a massive help in allowing me to continue committing as much time as I can to making these videos. If you want to gain access to things like behind-the-scenes material or gain early access to my videos, consider supporting me on either platform. As always, thank you for stopping by Rock and Grill. I hope you enjoyed.
Assets secured. Mission at 30 minutes remaining. Deploying sentry. Sending down equipment package. Eagle back in the fight.
Over centuries alone, some beast I lay within the darkest pit. You did wake me, enchantress, and stirred me from my grave. Fulfill me.
Sorry. For filmmakers, and really any artist, there's often that one project floating around in the back of their minds through the years of their career. That thing that sparked their love for the craft, probably at a young age, that bled into their work and was something that inspired and drove them, and hopefully, someday, they would be able to tackle it. Robert Eggers saw F.W. Murnau's monumental silent film Nosferatu for the first time at 9 years old on a dingy VHS tape, and it changed his life forever. In high school, he went on to direct a play based off the film, which he wrote and performed alongside a friend of his, and they did it entirely in black and white, handling the costume and set design in a way that would help reflect the look and feel of the original film. Someone connected to a local theater where Eggers had seen many plays before invited them to put on a larger production of their show at that theater, which Eggers credits with being the experience that solidified for him that he wanted to be a director. In 2015, Eggers' feature-length directorial debut, The Witch, marked the beginning of what would be one of the most influential and unique bodies of work in recent memory, and it was honestly a bafflingly impressive piece, considering the $4 million budget. Period pieces are extremely hard to get funded for, especially for a first-time director, largely because they cost more to make due to the set and costume design requirements, and often don't have but even with that, The Witch is one of the most authentic and immersive period films I've ever seen, and it was made for a fraction of what many larger productions are. The Witch is, without a doubt, my favorite folk horror movie of all time. To me, the scariest portrayal of witchcraft in film, but it also was an early indication of the commitment that Eggers has to
S.W.Frost is now live streaming Helldivers digital scammers counter so far how to summon ExpCollector.
A deeply authentic approach to the folklore and superstitious beliefs of the time. Nosferatu was something that Eggers had wanted to make his own version of since long before making The Witch, and it so happened at the time that it looked like it was something that could be within reach for his second film, which he announced in 2016, although he seemed somewhat unsure if this was the right time to do it. During an interview with IndieWire in 2016, he was quoted as saying, "It feels ugly and blasphemous and egomaniacal and disgusting for a filmmaker in my place to do Nosferatu next. I was really planning on waiting a while, but that's how fate shook out." The artist always tends to be their own worst critic, and Eggers is someone who had no qualms whatsoever with criticizing his own work, and it seems that at the time he was feeling like he hadn't yet earned the right to tackle such a monumental property and would have waited longer before going into it. And in some ways, the stars seem to align on the film taking a lot longer than it had originally seemed like it
Clouds.
would. When I first heard about
Welcome to my channel.
What's up, Cloud?
You must bounce on it, Kre ha hazy styling.
Ever, because The Witch absolutely blew me away, and I thought that Eggers would be the perfect guy to tackle Nosferatu, which I saw around the same age that he did, very early horror films. However, this was one hell of a troubled production, casting conflicts and other issues halting things more than a few times, and it honestly got to the point where I was losing hope that the movie would ever actually happen. The Lighthouse wound up being his second film in 2019, and with things still not panning out for Nosferatu, Eggers would go on to make The Northman, which released in 2022, a traditional Viking saga based on the Scandinavian tale of Hamlet, the same story that inspired Shakespeare's Hamlet. Thankfully, after years and years of delays, Nosferatu finally became a reality. And in a lot of ways, this wound up being somewhat of a blessing for the film, since Eggers
That is what my N-word Nosferatu said to me.
Tackle his career-long passion project, one being a chamber piece and the other being a much larger film. And
my friend, my Negro, you know.
Nosferatu was finally released Christmas Day,
You are Negro.
years
Yes.
after it had originally been announced. For a bit of a reverse on that, I had planned to make this
Oh, you got a
video
banner.
either this coming winter or wait until next year
Nice.
to cover it in the lead up to Eggers' next film, Werewolf. But based on a poll I put out,
Oh,
I decided
super.
to expedite it. This is a movie that I was waiting the better part of a decade for, from a director whose entire body of work would be on my list of Desert Island films. So this is obviously something I was extremely excited for, and I'm fully aware that I'm wearing my biases clearly on my sleeve. I'm wearing a Nosferatu hat, and I have the Orlok coffin sitting beside me and the vinyl soundtrack. I'm aware of how this looks. This video has been a long time coming, as I made my first short on the film's production over 2 years ago now, and have made a couple of full videos covering early stills, trailers, and a simple review when the movie came out. But this is the big one. So, let's take a look at Robert Eggers' passion project, Nosferatu. Very quickly
So,
before we get into
you
it,
don't
though,
think they're gonna
look
try
at how
to
much
sell
work
us the
Orlok
merch?
put into trying to
You
get
don't?
with Ellen. The dude has to go through some whole astral plane dark magic shenanigans just to chat
I
with her.
see.
And think about how much easier this would have been if he'd been able to just give her a quick call with a reliable service provider, like Mint Mobile, the sponsor of today's video. But something that has really bothered me about phone plans since I started working from home is that the only options tend to have a ridiculous amount of data that I will never come close to even using a quarter of. So I wind up paying for a ton of data that I will never use. Mint lets you choose a data amount that works for you, so you don't have to work with a one-size-fits-all plan with options of 5, 15, or 20 gigabytes, as well as an option for
Hunt Showdown tarot cards incoming on the merch store.
unlimited talk and text on the nation's largest 5G network,
Yes.
plus free calling to Mexico, Canada, and the
Exactly.
UK. And what's great is how simple it is to switch over.
And then Golden Dildo also.
Do the entire process.
Not the Golden Dildo, let's see, like a pagan looking sexy toy, let's call it like that.
I mean, honestly, if people actually want them, they will sell them. That is probably why it's like the perfect time to put it in the game right now.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
Calling down supplies.
Oh, nice.
Thank you.
Pretty good.
Have a taste of democracy. sentry. Supplies.
Nice.
Marking extraction point. West.
Calling in extraction.
Mission at 20 minutes remaining. Extraction shuttle inbound.
One, two, three, four. 1 2 3 4.
Requesting air support. How'd you like to taste of freedom? Reloading.
ETA T-minus 1 minute.
Sending in an eagle. Reloading.
Dropping item. Calling down a sentry.
Deploying sentry.
Calling down support weapon.
ETA T-minus 30 seconds.
Very nice. I like.
ETA T-minus 20 seconds. ETA T-minus 10 seconds.
Pelican 1 arriving at coordinates. This is Pelican 1 preparing for touchdown. Pelican 1 prepare extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
Democracy prevails once more.
Nice RP.
It's a good day when we lose so few health items.
Mission coordinates
So
wrong.
stupid. So stupid.
Hellpods primed. Engaging orbital thrusters. Orbit synchronized.
Aha, je. Thank you.
How Hotline process online and be set up literally in minutes by using an eSIM. And what's really cool is that Mint allows you to buy your cell service in bulk with 3, 6, and 12-month packages each offered, each of which saves you more money. All of your plans also come with an additional 7-day money-back guarantee, so you can try out the service even if you're unsure and not have to worry. Using the link in the description below or by scanning the QR code on screen now, new customers can get their premium wireless plans to start at $15 a month. Thank you again to Mint Mobile for sponsoring this video and helping ease the stress that's been weighing on me as I've been working on this gargantuan project. On that note,
throwing supply beacons. Calling down a sentry. Got a sample. Get some! Get some!
I am of the opinion that Nosferatu was an absolute rip-off of Dracula that was totally unauthorized and plagiarism. There are certain narrative elements of it that are actually better than the source material, and the main one of those, for me, is the way the third act and the ending of the story make Ellen's character so much more than Lucy's, and it seems that this is also the thing that Eggers latched onto when he set out to tell his version of the story, and it's in her nature where the biggest changes to the narrative come into play. Ellen was more of a focus in Nosferatu than she was in Dracula, and had more agency in the story. And this is also true of the 1979 version when compared to the original silent film, at least in terms of how much the character has to do. And once again, we have Ellen's character becoming more of a focus than before, essentially turning into the primary focus of the story. And the decisions made in terms of how her character is handled are fantastic. Well, this is the most straight-up horror movie Robert Eggers has ever made. What this feels the most like to me is an old, dark fairy tale. In fact, there was even a draft of the script that had Ellen say once upon a time right at the beginning. So this fairy tale tone is clearly something that was intentional. Well, I actually would have liked if that had been left in for the sake of, really leaning into that tone. The opening of the film is still amazing without it. From the second we see that Focus Features logo, there's the eerie sound of a ghostly wind blowing through the trees outside, and when Rob and Carolyn creeps in with a music box, it's just a really enchanting introduction. Now, if you've seen any other videos of mine, I have a bit of a problem with getting sidetracked if I don't cover things like music and visuals early on, because I feel tempted to mention it every time I'm talking about a scene with something that I want to touch on. So to avoid getting distracted later, I'm going to approach this in the same way I have Eggers' other films and front load all of the talk about style and technical craft before moving on. There will be chapter markers if you're not interested in this stuff.
Southwest.
Something this long, I feel like I have to include chapters. I'm going to get really, really nerdy about this. So you've been warned. The visual character of Eggers' film movies has been a very important element since the very beginning. Even going back past The Witch and looking at his early short films, the approach to visuals has always been something uniquely beautiful, especially once his collaboration with Jaron Blaschke began, which marked a noticeable uptick in this kind of thing. Blaschke has been the cinematographer on every project in Eggers' career so far. There's something really special that happens when people work together long enough, begin to have a deeper understanding of how the other works, especially when they care about a lot of the same things. Eggers' films up to this point have a distinct visual style to them. They share a lot in common in terms of the philosophy of filming, and Nosferatu is undoubtedly the most technically impressive film to date in his career. So much so that Blaschke got an Oscar nomination for his work on it. The 1922 film is still a ridiculously good-looking movie over 100 years later, and it's really cool to see how this all came together, since that movie clearly had a massive impact on how Eggers likes to go about the visual characteristics of his film. Now he has a chance to update that with his own spin, and also do so through a collaboration with someone whom he has a very deep understanding of how to work with. Equally as unsurprising as Blaschke shot on 35mm film using certain techniques that have been a huge part of Eggers' film since The Lighthouse, mainly in regards to the use of practical filters over the lens of the camera that cancel out certain colors from entering the negative. They've used this technique in a few different ways over the years, and here it's used in a similar way to The Northman, where they're filtering out red light to achieve the dreamy silver blue look of the nighttime scenes, and once again, it's really striking. They opted for the same 1:66:1 aspect ratio that was used for The Witch, which I do think was the right decision here, since that aspect ratio does a good job of capturing the height more than a wider ratio does, and also can make things feel more claustrophobic if need be. I also think this aspect ratio lends itself well to the painterly look they were going for here. It's a good balance between the nearly square 1:19:1 that was used in The Lighthouse to the 2:1 ratio from The Northman, and I love how this is clearly something they consider a lot while working on their films, instead of just shooting in the aspect ratios we generally see in contemporary works. In terms of set and costume design, it's really cool to see Eggers going from The Witch, where they were doing the best with what they had, to now having access to crafting massive backlogs and really intricate sets. But what's new here is that there was a ton that was supplemented by VFX. They built the immediate sets practically, and then in post, the VFX team took scans of German buildings and cityscapes from the period and extended the practical sets. A lot of the time, VFX work and CGI get unfairly maligned across the board because of the many examples of really bad or lazy implementations of it. But this kind of thing is what I find to be the best example of when it absolutely makes sense to use VFX. Even for sets, it wouldn't be possible for them to build entire German cityscapes from the 1830s, to have the whole horizon filled by practical sets, and the balance they struck here between in-camera and the elements added in post was handled really well. Of course, not everything was done on a set. They filmed primarily in Prague and other parts of the Czech Republic, including Kernstein Castle, which was the same castle where Werner Herzog's 1979 Nosferatu the Vampire was shot. Eggers wasn't aware of this during location scouting, and so it was just a cool coincidence. They filmed at different parts of the castle, and if I didn't know from reading about it, I don't think I'd ever seen it. The main interior sets for the castle were all built as well, but I would never be able to tell that places like the hall are actually parts of the castle. These sets are insane. For the exterior, Corvin Castle in Romania was used, which is thought to be the castle which Bram Stoker took inspiration from while writing Dracula, so it's really great to see them here. Linda Muir returned once again as the costume designer, which is a role she's had on every one of Eggers' films since The Lighthouse, and her work is once again staggeringly good. With this perhaps being her best work, it's for nothing other than the fact that this movie required so many different styles of clothes from different regions and classes and even time periods. There's just so much detail and love poured into every single one of these costumes. Like, Thomas's hat has a different material on the inside of it than it does on the outside because he's more poor and
Lord Bass, welcome to my channel. Snake Postrov Saposla.
Really wowed me when the stills of the movie were first released. Particularly the clothes worn by Ellen and Anna are pretty consistently gorgeous, but the highlight above all of it, I mean, it's gotta be Count Orlok, which I'm obviously going to talk about. The commitment to the technical craft being as authentic and in-camera as possible is something that's not at all new for Eggers' work, but it's in terms of the artistic presentation of it where it kind of feels like the culmination of everything that he's been working on since doing The Witch. This is, without a doubt, one of the most beautifully elegant horror films I have ever had the pleasure of witnessing.
By Grau Outlast Trials Sad Jaina Popastu.
Everyone in the art department, Blashy and Eggers,
treba da pređem Clarobscur.
Kind of just breathtaking from start to finish. There's an almost play-like feel to a lot of it, but the big thing that
Znam da je pitanje Pop igra, ali
in the artwork of the movie. I am consistently blown away by how
nije stvarni Pop pusto da mi se igra dobije popune cent. 1000 puta sam to rekao ljudima.
The Witch looking like the best representation I've ever seen of the sort of low-contrast pencil drawings you'd see.
Ekspediciju 33 hoću da pređem. Najvjerojatnije sljedeće nedelje kad budemo više vremena. Sad odvojim po sat, 2 vremena da igram, nemam. A više igram po 4-5 sati nešto. Što je single player malo.
At the time, the lighthouse resembling charcoal drawings from the Atlantic region, and also the old school film that inspired it, and the Northman often looking the way that the fable of Hamlet must have been thought of in the minds of those drawn to it from the period. Nosferatu shares certain visual characteristics with each of these, while executing it in the most elegant way yet. And if I were to characterize this quickly like I did with the others, then this looks like something you find
JAU Simon many idevod fan sam outlaster igrał sam SVE de love samo overjnai sam de lujumi zabavno.
Floaty dreaminess of the Renaissance. These moments are defined by Orlov's presence.
Više sam fan Resident Evil igara, bez uvrede. Svi osim Resident Evil trojke remake su dobro rađeni. I on se može odigrati, ali samo jednom.
Eingi Samigrau SVE de Vodka Mojarabos Ava Resident Evil.
Slažem se. Dvojku sam vjerojatno najviše puta prešao, ovaj remake. Igrao sam i original, ali nisam čak ni original igrao Resident Evil 2 na PlayStation koliko sam igrao remake. Četvorku sam prešao remake, original sam prešao isto 10-ak puta, remake sam prešao možda 2 puta, zato što je dugačka igra, zato što je loša već dugačka.
The JA Samo Remokov Samigrau.
Ostale su stare, ja. Vizualno, nema čovjeka šta privuče.
No go JE Bulge Urageno. Als nasai eni by mogao outlast the igramo by zabavno.
Nemam vremena. Ovo iskreno nemam vremena. Tebi možda delo je zabavno, ali meni je ovo zabavno kad ima ljudi da igram. Jedini razlog zašto ga ne igram puno je trenutno nemam vremena, drugo nemam ekipu. A sa random strangerima... Sa random strangerima mogu malo, ali ono, kad niko ne komunicira...
One, two, three. I win.
Again.
Allied destroyer has...
Imam JAE Kipuna Pravisimo.
Kako god. Vjerojatno za vikend, pošto sam ovih dana solidno zauzet, sutra, preksutra, tako. Tarararam. Taram. Tarararam. I ovo bih uzeo $70.
Vezi nisam ni mislio odma.
Nisam ovaj protivnik da platim igru.
Kad si nać vremena igramo.
Nas. Vratno sljedeće nedelje. Za vikend. Sigurno za vikend. Za Helldivera mislim. Imam neka posla u vezi firme i treba nešto da radim u Novom Sadu i tako. Svašta nešto. Tek u petak, subotu ću imati onako vremena da kažem da dišem. Ovo je sve samo usput.
Monesto Smorilo the Igram Hunt.
Pa ne znam. Nemoj mene da pitaš za Hunt. Hunt je... tryhard previše igra.
Rampant inflation of brutal insurgent attacks threatened everything that had been achieved so far. Coalition and national soldiers fought hard to push the insurgents back from major population centers. Despite heavy...
Sekamovage novi update the vidim kako ce biti.
Tačno, to mene zanima. To s tim tarot kartama, ako je to potpuno, ako nije neka prevara kao što sam rekao da će biti da prodaju karte za igranje, nešto u fazonu kao merch, ako je nešto što ima smisla, možda odigram sljedeću sezonu. Možda. S tim što sam rekao da se grozim toga da moram da u tom vremenskom periodu koji oni daju mjesec do 3, jel da? Ako hoću da otključam tu kozmetiku i te gluposti, strava. Moram da pređem taj njihov Battle Pass, šta god.
Par to ija second par cu agrati.
Da. Mislim, sad imam vremena, sad bi mogao da... Obično kad uzmem da igram Clair Obscure, Slavko Janović se pojavi. Da si isprobamo tu teoriju. Pam pam parararam pam parararam pam 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 parararam pam parararam. How is that pushy man? It's okay. Ako ću da igram jebeni... Jebeni bić u ovoj bol. Vidimo ovdje je blokirano.
C'est moi le nageur le plus rapide. Je l'avais pas vraiment.
On détruit leur bouclier.
Na 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 na.
Frayons-nous un chemin. Pas de temps à perdre.
une. Attention.
Oh my god.
Frayons-nous un chemin. C'est parti.
Une tempête approche.
Qu'est-ce qu'on a là?
Confident.
À son maillot de bain. Prêt à frapper.
Que l'ombre coule. Il faut continuer.
Tu t'en tireras pas.
Marche. What the fuck am I? Oh no. Ah. Oh no. Tschüss. Saloon. Eh. What? Not what I had in mind. Okay. The fuck do I go now? No. Fuck. Pa da ćera mačke bude okolo, otvori mi prozor non stop. Ne, ili? Ajde, molim, samo zatvori ta vrat. Vidim da ne biješ muve peckalicom, definitivno. Nema muva. Kaže, nema muva. Ma, baš, čitavu noć je prozor otvoren. No. Loon. Čim... Oh my god. Wonky. Verovatno, najgore stvar od svega je nedostatak tih checkpointa. Stari meke ima farmu i ja. Šta? Koji džao? Pa ne... Smešno kako mali skok. Uf. 3 parts. The fuck? Interesting. Huh. Okay. Šta god. Painting workshop. Pa 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 pa.
Macca's guides.
Hey everyone, Macca here to solve the game and a lot of abilities at the very end of this kind of quest line. Doing this will also unlock the Noir et Blanc achievement / trophy, and we'll start the light. There is a section, you'll then reach the faceless boy and the action, and if you do fall, it spawns you all the way back at the very beginning. Although this one is pretty easy. Your character will automatically interact with this statue and this, and then in the other 2 paths we'll add the other 2 pieces to complete the puzzle. Now the second painting workshop can be found kind of near the center of the map, and this is...
That's how it is.
Tout le monde a son maillot de bain? Allons faire tremper. C'est parti.
La chroma coule à flot.
Une tempête approche.
Ça va déjà mieux. Crains la puissance de la lumière.
Pigmente en lui.
Ça va déjà mieux.
C'est l'heure d'aller nager. Tout le monde a son maillot de bain? C'est l'heure
Tout le
d'aller...
monde va bien?
Allons faire... Tout le monde a son maillot de bain? Et on... C'est l'heure.
Crains la puissance de la lumière.
Faisons couler l'encre.
Lansera.
Diabolus. Welcome to my channel. Hey mate, you stream
Nice.
pretty awesome, which is impressive, and I'd like to also stick with you for a long term, man, if you don't mind, and to be a dedicated fan of yours, kindly add me up on Discord, as my Discord username is Diabolus.
No need for that. Thanks. this? Like what? Evidence.
Crains la puissance de la lumière.
L'âme traverse les flammes.
C'est l'heure d'aller nager.
Survie, s'il te plaît.
Lune, attention.
Attention.
Esquive. Verso, esquive.
Tu t'en tireras pas.
Me revoilà.
Tout sauf impressionnant.
Non. Ok.
Appréciable.
Avantage.
Ton existence s'achève maintenant.
C'est un avantage.
C'est l'heure d'aller nager.
Uma Wheeler, Frost. Osez.
Intéressant.
C'est l'heure d'aller nager. C'est l'heure d'aller nager. Et c'est parti. C'est moi le nageur le plus rapide. C'est parti. Chaud devant. Je suis la vitesse.
Oh, génial.
Mon ami.
Je pourrais en dire autant de toi, espèce de guimauve géante. Ouais, mon pote. On va les retrouver.
Ah, motus et bouche cousue, comme promis.
Parfait. Je compte.
Tu peux, mon ami.
Kira se fosse rito tanco.
Jimmy Gunner. Welcome to my channel. Thanks, add me up.
No need for that, thank you. What do you want me to add you to my party member? You want to be my party member? I can do that, I guess. Do you want to be caster or striker? What do you want to be?
Tout le monde a son maillot de bain. C'est l'heure.
What am I? Oh. Okay.
Ça va déjà mieux. Crains la puissance de la vie.
Faisons couler l'encre.
Voilà qui devrait aider.
Energizing heal. Oh la la. Oh la la.
Lordvis. Welcome to my channel.
I was here already. Oh. Kako je sati? Okay.
Tout le monde a son...
Dobro, da je bilo nešto. A? Oh god, thanks.
On a son maillot de bain.
Pigmentendu.
Prêt à frapper.
Il a ses... Posez.
A sad sam kupio.
Frayons-nous un chemin.
tempête approche.
Prêt à frapper.
Finesse et grâce.
Allons faire.
Sam moram da respawn mobova na mapi. Ne mogu da naučim taj skill.
Prêt à frapper. C'est parti.
Je suis prête.
Sound.
Et on...
Oh, Nis.
Zam zam. Ah. Zam zam. Ah. Tu posi rafudi? Surimoto. Oh.
O Boże. No prebrzo.
Nima Kuba. Surimoto priva. Oh.
Oh my god.
Nima Kuba. Surimoto priva. Ok.
Bon, tant pis.
Ma dai.
Kuba. Surimoto. Oh.
Bon, tant pis. Vas-y, essaie pour voir. Ça va déjà mieux. C'est parti. C'est tout sauf impressionnant. Ah.
Ukinuti un peri. No, tuolle.
Et on plonge.
What this is? I know.
Voilà qui devrait aider. Pigmentons-les.
J'aurais survécu.
Finesse et grâce. L'âme traverse les flammes.
Pimentons-les.
Lune, fais gaffe.
Je suis prête.
Prête à parer.
Prête à esquiver. Que l'encre coule.
Ça va mieux. Finesse et précision.
Prête à esquiver. Je m'en occupe. Je suis prête. Je suis prête.
En garde. Finesse et précision.
Pigmentons-les. Prête à esquiver.
Ok. Prête à parer. Lune, fais gaffe. Viens.
Bien.
Tu ne t'en tireras pas. Ton existence s'achève maintenant.
Sympa.
Ça va déjà mieux. Méfiance.
Que l'encre coule. T'as esquivé. Une tempête approche.
À mon tour.
C'est un avantage.
Ben, 64 Epsilon. On a fait notre premier rapport à Gamma par radio. La réception est bonne. L'équipe Alpha est descendue voir ce qu'il y a le long de la côte. Elle sera injoignable pendant plusieurs jours. Apparemment, une île aurait été aperçue, qui serait parfaite pour installer un relais pour la moitié sud du continent. Mais Gamma est sans nouvelles de Beta depuis 2 semaines. Marceau devrait l'atteindre d'ici demain. J'espère que Kaline va bien. Mais visiblement, quelqu'un se sert de nos radios contre nous. Comment ces types peuvent-ils connaître nos codes? Personne ne les avait plus utilisés depuis la fracture. J'en crains qu'on ait été trahis. Mais je refuse de le croire.
faire tempête.
Non, non, non.
Allons faire tempête. Allons faire tempête.
Oh, Mickey.
Dobro.
Allons faire tempête.
Oh.
C'est moi le nageur le plus rapide.
Gracias. Oh, c'est...
C'est l'heure d'aller nager. Tout le monde a son maillot de bain. Et c'est parti. C'est l'heure d'aller nager.
Okay. snimim. Go to sleep. That's it. Saved. Sigurno da me stavimo. Why are you gay?
Lordvis. Welcome to my channel.
kill any bad plants. Why are you gay?
We bring in Mr. Should I call you Mr? Pepe Julian Onzima. Thank you for coming in.
Thank you for
Good morning.
Morning to you.
Why are you gay?
Who says I'm gay?
You are gay. You are a transgender.
What shows that I'm gay?
You are a transgender, and you're a gay rights activist and an outspoken lesbian, homosexual. How can I describe you?
I am Pepe Julian Onzima.
His claim is he's biologically fated to be a woman.
Kakanichi, what makes him...
I'm glad Pepe is back.
I'm glad she has got...
Can you shake hands before we proceed?
Of course. How are you, Pepe? Nsaba mukama amaanyi goga yingira omwana wa fono.
No,
kamusabire ko lwazayagala.
No. Pastor, let's maintain civility on the show. Let's maintain civility. Let's maintain civility. Pastor Semper argues that these are the instruments you use.
These are vegetables.
Yes.
I eat this on my plate.
You eat them on your plate?
Yes.
You don't use them when you're having carnal knowledge?
Absolutely no, and Semper should stop misinforming the public.
You are paid heavily to promote homosexuality in Uganda. What's your reaction?
It is not true. He claims I have a lot of money, wearing fancy clothes, all that stuff. I do not even earn the amount of money he thinks. I do not even earn $100 a month or even annually. I do not make the money that he thinks that we make.
Okay, a carrot with a banana. And I want this young woman to explain to you.
Let's give him a chance.
What does she use for sex? What do they use for sex? What do you use? What do you use for sex? As a man,
Stop
this
insulting my food.
You see, they don't even want to talk about it.
Okay, let's hear from him. Let's hear from Pepe.
Why don't you respect yourself, sir?
Pastor, can you become for now?
No.
Can you become? And let him respond.
Okay, I'll put these ones here. I'll put these ones here to see if she will answer. When you take a man, this is a man's genital, and you insert them into the intestine. Okay, they put their genitals into the excretory system. This excretory system is not designed to receive. It is only for exit. Kino ekyenda bwe bakikulusanya ne kiyulika ne kitirika omusaayi ne kiryoka kitambuza obulwadde. That is for men. For women, what they do is they begin their sexual acts, because she does not have the equipment, they begin to use their lips. So the mouth is used to lick the other person. That's number one. It created orogonorrhea. Many lesbians have orogonorrheas, orosyphilis. Number two, because they don't have the equipment, they begin to use gadgets like bananas. They use carrots. They use bananas. They use cucumbers and other metallized ones, and they put them inside themselves.
We're on the same
Why
page.
don't you fight for heteros as well?
What do you mean?
Heterosexuals.
What do you mean? Fight for homosexuals?
Why
What do you
wouldn't
mean fighting for
for their
homosexuals?
rights? Yeah, for their rights.
They are so. I am a human rights defender. I'm not limited.
Sodomite
I am not
defender.
limited.
You
I
are
am
an
not
activist
limited.
for LGBTI.
I am an
Lesbians,
activist.
gays,
Bisexual, abo bonna bagwagwa.
transgender, and intersexuals.
Ono yabakwatira
Let me tell
bendera.
you something.
Where's the H?
Human
Bakwatira
I
bendera.
told you earlier. I am a human rights
Abagwagwa
activist.
bonna ono yabakwatira bendera.
For this group, there are different people who work on different things. Like he does something different. You know?
Naye
I do
tokimanyi
something
HIV
different.
tomuyi-
The
badde
final
nkuba
one.
omu-
The final one. Don't you think you need to interface so that
No, I have to pray for this young woman as I read the scripture for her. My daughter, I want to read for you a scripture.
No, I should take charge of this.
No, I want to
No,
read
no,
for
no.
her. Yesu yagamba nti tuli bagobamu emizimu era ekyawandiikibwa kigamba Yesu
I'm afraid.
yagamba
Pastor, no. I'm afraid you're not
wano
going to do
nsaba
this
ngenda
because
kusaba na mu nnimi
my guest is
Robo Sandara Babakiriya
Well, on that
Baba
note,
Baseke,
thank you very much.
Riba
That's all we have for
Sataka
you.
Basekereberia
Good
Baba
morning.
muzimu gwe atudde mu mwana ono mumubeemu
My God.
Yesu Omunnazaaleeti.
All right, on that note, we wind up and that ends the show.
Tujja
Good morning, Grace.
mbasabira tubagobemu emizimu gyonna.
Ah, that's nice. Stay in sight.
Šta? Vezi ih. Napolje, budale. Dobro ćeš zaključan kad odem.
Zaključava se, stavio je ključ onamo da ispod za njih. Možeš samo obići. A doću ja brzo. Ne znam vidim. Beži. Beži! Buljo! Imaš one jabuke na prozor. Uzeš, ima 3, ona je prva žuta.
Ma, uzet ću jednu prije što da ne poslije.
Ona je zela, ona je
Young one. Here we are. This could be useful.
Ajde vam da, dođi. Dođi.
something. No need to rush. Blessings.
Hello.
All right, of course. I will tell your tale.
Thanks, Granny.
We bring in the studio this morning one of the gay rights activists, Mr. Should I call you Mr.? Pepe. Hello and welcome back. This is the topical discussion on the Morning Breeze on NBS Television. My name is Simon Kagwanjala, and well, we're also weighing in on the raging debate on homosexuality in Uganda, which is taking another twist today, with questions as to whether Uganda is indeed becoming a safe haven for homosexuals. President Museveni on Sunday, while attending the inauguration of the new Archbishop of the Church of Uganda, Kakamega Cathedral, insisted that, well, he had no problem with homosexuals as long as they did not promote the practice. Well, the media is also awash with stories of soccer ace Chris Mubiru molesting kids and, you know, having adult, rather common knowledge with underage children deemed to be underage. We bring in the studio this morning one of the gay rights activists, Mr. Should I call you Mr.? Pepe Julian Onzima. Thank you for coming in. Good morning. Why are you gay?
This isn't
You are. You are a transgender.
what shows that?
You are a transgender, and you're a gay rights activist and an outspoken lesbian, homosexual. How can I describe you?
I am Pepe Julian Muslim. I'm an LGBTI
What's that?
activist and a human rights defender. I'll get to what it is. I'm a human rights defender, currently focusing on LGBTI issues. LGBTI means lesbian, which is described as women who are attracted to each other, females who are attracted to each other, mentally, emotionally, and physically. And then gay is two males who are emotionally, physically, sexually attracted to each other. Bisexuals are usually attracted to persons of the same sex as well as the opposite sex. This one usually it's not simultaneously. It's one at a time. One also tends to, at a certain period of time, overweighs the other. Then transgender is basically an umbrella term to describe people who do not conform sense that there are people who are called transsexuals, they are transvestites, they are cross-dressers, and they fall under this umbrella. There are people who dress up to express themselves as the sex that they were not assigned at birth. Then there are those who actually go and have reassignment of that particular sex that they were assigned at birth. Intersex is people who are born with two sexual organs, and it can be expressed either externally, as in you can visibly see it, or internally, as in the organs can be, one of them can be displayed internally. But I'm not a medical expert, so I can't give you more than that for that. But
and where do you lie?
The common thing, the word they use to describe intersex people is hermaphrodite. But in my line of work, that is derogative. Where do I lie? I'm a transgender person.
Transgender. You were initially male or female?
The sex that was assigned to me at birth was female.
And you opted to become male?
Not exactly opting. It's something that I have been since I was young. But yeah, in terms of expression, it's who I am now.
How did you discover that you were actually meant to be male?
Well, growing up, you know, a child is born, and when you're growing up, you're within a society that has a certain structure, yeah? And you see yourself basically fitting more in a certain box. I said I was born female, but my expression at that time and my internal sense of myself was male.
So have you realigned yourself into being a male, or you still share both sexes?
I am within transition.
You're within transition?
Yes.
Now, we're looking at the raging debate. You're a gay rights activist. Why should someone be gay?
Just for the record, I am not a gay rights activist. I believe there's nothing like gay rights. There is human rights. There is human rights. And there are humans who are gay and those who are not gay. So I'm a human rights activist who is advocating for equality for even people who have different sexual orientation or gender identity.
So as we stand today, are you dating any female?
Yes, I am.
You have a girlfriend?
Yes, I do.
While in transition, you're having a girlfriend?
Yes.
Do you perform the natural obligations?
I'm not sexually active right now.
So what are you doing with this lady? By choice.
I've just not, I've chosen not to engage.
Doesn't that make you gay?
What do you mean, doesn't that make me gay? I am male and attracted to a female.
So who is gay?
I described a gay person earlier.
Someone attracted to
the same sex.
To the same sex.
Yeah. Mentally, emotionally, physically, sexually.
So as a human rights activist, what do you think of gays? Are they normal? Is it normal to be gay?
Absolutely. I mean, most people, we had a chat a little earlier, and gay people are born they are born gay. Yeah? Because you tend to realize yourself as, or find out these changes in you when you're a child. But because of the structures of the society as it is now about male and female, all those boxes that are placed there, if as a male I'm attracted to another male, when we're growing up the structure is okay, Simon has a son, Simon will marry the sort of betrothal as kids, you know. They will be like Simon's son will marry Pepe's daughter, yeah? But then Pepe's daughter or Simon's son realizes that as he's growing up, actually this thing is not working. You know, he's not attracted to my daughter, but he's attracted to my son. But because society dictates that it should be my daughter and your son, then people tend to hide who they are. And then people think that it's a choice. But the whole feeling, the physical, the emotional begins at a very early stage. And when people get to an age of puberty where in most cases people get sexually active, most gay people do not express with the same sex due to fear, due to because they do not want to be seen as not being part of the society. But gay people are actually born with this orientation.
Is this a disorder?
Absolutely
or something
not.
like
It's not. We have records from the World Health Organization. You know, a team of experts who also thought it was a mental disorder. And later on, it was scraped off the list of disorders. And I'm not just using that as an SI unit or a yardstick to say that it's not a disorder, but it also backs up the fact that it's not a disorder. I have lived for a certain period of time. I lived as a gay person because it was the easiest way for me to come out to my family to say I'm a lesbian and not a transgender. You see.
And how did it feel?
What?
Being gay then?
It's normal. I mean, it's human. There's nothing strange about it. What is strange about it is the way people react when you tell them you're not like them.
What do you think of the stereotype that this gay culture has received in Uganda?
It's very disheartening. We are humans, we are Ugandans, we've been born here, we've been raised here, we've gone to school here. Some of us have been forced to get married here. So this is a country for all of us. But the stereotype is really hurtful because as a transgender person, I've described to you that I'm attracted to female. That if it came down to my sexual orientation, I'm heterosexual. But when people look at me, they automatically think, you know, the automatic thing is that I'm gay, and they will attack me as a gay person.
Do you feel you deserve sympathy when whatever you're doing is very unnatural, biblically and socially, naturally, it's unnatural?
I think it's the fear of the unknown. People who do not understand homosexual people think all these things about homosexuality. And people normally go straight away to thinking about sex. And that is where the danger is. And because of a lot of ignorance as well, it's a bit difficult. I wouldn't say we deserve or want sympathy, but I believe that as Africans, as Ugandans, we are a tolerant country. We are. Our nature is actually.
How many people are you speaking for?
I'm talking about Ugandans. I'm speaking as a Ugandan. I'm speaking as a Ugandan.
And how many Ugandans are into this practice?
What do you mean practice?
Okay, this culture.
Let me rephrase it and answer it this way. How many homosexual people are there in this country? There are no statistics. There have been guesses for about 3% to 5% of the Ugandan population. But obviously with space us being pushed away from from space to be able to raise awareness, it's very difficult for us to carry out a survey to find out how many we actually are in this country.
So are you craving for attention or recognition?
Craving is not the word I would use. I would say that we are working, I am working towards the liberty, the equality of all persons, and no person should be discriminated or stigmatized because they are of a different sexual orientation or gender identity. So it is about equality, which is guaranteed by the Ugandan Constitution.
Don't you think gays, homosexuals, lesbians, transgenders should instead be reoriented other than receiving all this kind of recognition? Because society seems to deem them as unnatural, as people who are maybe lost.
Simon, you're seated with me right now.
Yes.
How unnatural is that?
Well, it's natural, but I'm just baffled.
Well, we are not craving for attention. And if you look at the attention that, that we are getting, it's totally negative. You know, it's of how unnatural we are, how un-African, how un-Ugandan we are, all those things. And, you know, it also baffles me if we, with all this negative press, all the negativity, where would I choose to be who I am?
Before we go for a break, President Museveni said that you can go ahead with whatever you're doing with your homosexuality for as long as you don't come out in the open. Do you really feel he came out in support of what you're doing?
No, I don't think he came in support because for me, I feel partly it's like giving and taking at the same time. Before you touch whatever you're being given, it's taken away. He says no killing, no persecution, as in homosexuals won't be killed or persecuted. But he adds Uganda is intolerant to promotion of homosexuality.
Right.
And if we go to what the anti-homosexuality bill states right now about promotion of homosexuality, if he says no promotion of homosexuality, he's basically saying the persecution will still be there. Why do I say this? Because it means you can't speak about it. We cannot have this kind of debate because it will be deemed promotion of homosexuality. If I went and sought services somewhere and a person knows that I am a homosexual, they would be promoting because they are basically enhancing my existence. So that would be promotion. So for me, I'm not excited about what he said, and I don't think it's exactly.
Are you living under fear?
Yes, I am.
Nice.
So why don't you shift and live a normal life?
Where should I shift? This is who I am. Why should I live in a form that I'm not? Why should I do that? I think it's my right to live as I am, and I'm a citizen of this country. So I'll basically do whatever I have to do to make sure that I can live the way I am.
All right, let's take a quick break, and when we return, we'll be reading out your comments. We'll of course be hearing from an anti-gay activist also telling us his side of the story. Good morning. Hello and welcome back. This morning we're getting into a very controversial topic. That's homosexuality in Uganda. President Museveni says gay people should not be killed or persecuted in Uganda as a section of MPs pushed for the anti-homosexuality legislation. Speaker of Parliament Rebecca Kadaga promised that this would be a Christmas gift to Ugandans. The fundamental question is, should homosexuals be given attention in Uganda? Before we proceed with Pepe Julian Onzima, a sexual minorities activist, would that be appropriate? Human rights defender. Well, we have Pastor Sempa online, an anti-gay activist, to tell us his side of the story. Hello, Pastor.
Yes, good morning, everyone.
Good to have you online. How are you today?
I am doing well, but I'm really extremely distressed that we are not having the anti-sodomy bill passed in Parliament. We have been promised that it will be passed by Christmas. Second, we are under tremendous attacks. People who are funding these groups, such as this daughter of ours, Pepe, and so much money is being powered into the country.
Pepe is a man.
Unfortunately, Pepe is a young woman who is suffering from gender identity disorder. She is a girl who has been misled and confused to think she's a man. And so you can see the way she's dressing, the way she's coming across, is trying to be a man. But you know, Pepe, for me as a psychologist, I know that there are people, we have so many young girls who suffer from this. It is a disorder, and some of these people, they press their breasts, or they go and get their breasts cut off, they cut their hair, then you end up with a pretty looking young lady who is acting like a man. So what they need, these are people who are suffering from mental disorder. They need psychological, psychiatrical, and spiritual help. And the department, Butabika, for people like this one, so that they can be helped to come out of their madness.
Pastor.
Yes.
Why don't you sympathize with such people who do not opt, but who are naturally, according to Onzima, he feels it's a natural calling for them to be men, or for him to be what he is now?
There is nothing natural about using boya and biringanya in your private parts. There is nothing natural about putting a man's genital inside another man's excretory system. There is nothing natural about Onzima be denying us a chance to have children and grandchildren. There is nothing natural at all about sodomy. It is a genocide. And when you add sodomy to HIV, you come up with a black genocide of Africans. There is nothing natural. This is a boy, this is a girl trying to act like a boy. But you know, a trouser does not make you a man.
Pastor.
And you know, using cucumbers, we have many of our girls in schools.
Pastor,
urinary systems, they can no longer have reproduce because they have torn their rectums, they have torn. If you check this girl on Zima, then you check, she may be suffering from the same issues. I've been in Mulago all this time. I have young boys who are wearing diapers. But you know, because they wear these nice clothes, you don't know what is going on.
Pastor,
but
now
these
let's hear
people
from
are
Onzima.
sick.
Pastor, excuse me,
These
Pastor.
people are sick. They need, not only do they need our sympathy,
Pastor, can
they
I
need
ask
us
you to
to
stay
guide them.
online? Can I ask you to stay online? Then we hear from Onzima. Onzima, could you react to Pastor Sempa?
No, I
He
will
sounds
not.
very abrasive.
I will not. I choose not to react and give Sempa audience. I am not going to react to what he's saying.
Please, you see, she's afraid of the truth.
Do you feel offended?
The truth is, this is a young woman who is confused to think that she's
Pastor,
a boy.
why don't you sound sympathetic to a man who seems to be going through a transition of sorts?
What is their name in Uganda? Like this one, she says she's intersex. What is that in Uganda? Mukazi Musajja, because for me as a pastor, I also know there are people who are oppressed by demons. A demon comes and sits on them. Muzimu kujja ne gubambala ne gumugamba nti kati gwe omukazi oli musajja oba gwe omusajja oli mukazi. Kati ono waliwo omuzimu ogujja ne gumutuulako ne gumugamba nti oli muki oli musajja. We have these issues, and if I can get a chance to on Zima, I will say.
Oh, sorry, we lost you along the way. Onzima, I realize you're offended by the pastor's statement, and it's not the first time that he's making such reactions to your cause. Do you really feel your cause is necessary in the world?
It's absolutely necessary, and there are allegations that the pastor is making. That's why I was saying I do not want to go into that because he's already misled so many people, and I'm a bit disappointed that he came onto the show, but also for the sake of debate, maybe it gives me an opportunity to put something right. And that's the mix, the misinformation about sexual violence and sexual orientation. Sodomy, they keep saying sodomy, sodomy, sodomy.
Yes.
Yeah.
And sodomy is one of the contents, or is one of, yes, it's one of the contents of homosexuality.
Sodomy, as it is normally a description of sexual violence, canon knowledge of same-sex people, or canon knowledge. In most cases, it's anal sex that is referred to. Yeah? And I told you earlier, there are people who do not even practice. They're homosexual, they have a different sexual orientation to the one that is popularly promoted, and not everyone practices this. And the whole promotion of this propaganda of
How do you feel when two men go to bed and
that
start romancing? How do you feel?
That is none of my business. What they do in their privacy is none of my business. What I do is respect people as they are. And I'm even respectful enough to try and create awareness about this confusion that the pastor is making about sexual violence and sexual orientation. He's talking about people who have diapers and so on. There are so many people who have practiced and they are not. And I'm really disheartened that the pastor keeps parading around people's children, claiming they have been sexually violated by homosexuals. There's this whole notion that homosexuals are pedophiles, they are sexual predators and all that stuff.
Yeah, that's what experience has revealed.
No, there are so many heterosexual people who abuse heterosexual people who, there's so many reports of defilement, some in our neighborhood that do not make it to the papers. Why I feel this is a propaganda?
Are you morally right?
Just listen to me. I need to put this correct. There's a lot of molestation of girls and boys, yes. And we have an act that protects or can be used to prosecute such people. And just for the pastor and his clique or his group to try and focus that the boy child is more violated than the girl child, for me, I think it's
But is it justifiable for someone to sodomize someone's daughter or someone's son?
No, absolutely no. That is what I'm telling you. Defilement, rape, any form of sexual exploitation or violence is absolutely unacceptable.
Do you agree that
I don't care if it's male to male, female to female, male to female, or female to male, as long as it is violence against somebody?
Now, Pepe,
it is strictly
do you agree that to some people this gay orientation is a disorder and they need correction?
Thank you. That is what people think because the public has been misinformed about who we are. If you take time and actually spend time with a gay person, you realize that all these things that you think about gay people are not true. They are not true. And the people who are trying to, who are constantly promoting these anti-gay sentiments within Ugandans are doing that because they do not want you to talk to us. They do not want you to have this kind of dialogue. They do not want you to know that we will actually make good friends, that we're actually good children of our parents. They do not want you to see that part.
Do you feel normal?
I am absolutely normal. I am absolutely normal. I smile, I laugh, I fall sick, I get well, I seek
You
help.
exercise conjugal rights, do you?
I told you earlier on, I am not. But I do. I have, and I will when I choose to, yes.
How will you do it?
What do you mean, how will I do it?
Because nature cannot allow you.
What do you mean nature cannot allow me? I am attracted to someone sexually. That is nature allowing me.
Why do you recruit young boys and girls into this gay activism?
There is no such thing as recruitment of young people or adults or anything like that. What is recruitment, first of all? When you ask me about recruitment, what do you mean by recruitment? I mean, trying to put them into your system, teaching them what to do, how to go about it. We do not do that. And actually, what has been happening is since these allegations of recruitment have been coming out, there's so many people who have been, contacting us, seeking help. We've saved lots of people.
Before we proceed, let's take another caller from, rather Pastor Sempa is back online for just a couple of minutes.
Simon.
For just a couple of minutes.
Simon.
Hello,
Simon.
Pastor. Yes, you're back, but Pastor, could you kindly be sympathetic towards?
I don't need Sempa's sympathy. I don't.
For this girl who's confusing us, ono muwala abuzabuza ffe okusooka njagala okubuulira abantu bonna abawuliriza mu zabwereere okuva e Bulaaya ayina k'ofiisi ke wano ku Crested Tower owulira balina ssente empya n'enkadde basiiba mu pate batula ku kompyuta ne baba traininga kati atambula nsi yonna bamuwa midaali lwakola ki kulya bisiyaga singa omubuuza nti olina ku musiri gw'olima olina ku bufumbo bw'okola bali awo ku ntino intersex ekyokubiri abantu bano babuzaabuza ono omusajja Chris Mubiru alidde ebisiyaga n'atwonoonera eggwanga ono mwana yandize n'atwetondera nti banange mutusonyiwe muffe makkati tuyimisege tuli abaana ebisiyaga tubawa ssente ne tubavuga empanka kati ono alina ssente empya n'enkadde owulira ambuladde eno bamuwa biza za bwereere abazungu bamugamba oli wakabi azze okubeera agenti y'okubuzaabuza abaana baffe neze ekinnume baana bali mu boarding schools kati bano babasindikira ne babawa zimagaziini ne babawa ebirala tulina abaana be tulina beeteeka bibiriŋŋanya emabega beeteeka kooti mu bitundu byabwe ebyekyama ne bayulika ono tabikubuulira nze kankubuulira ebyama by'abasiya bagenda ne beekomba emabega ne beekomba bbi ekintu ekyo kirungi abasiyazi kasite batandika okwevuga obulwadde siriimu obutambula olwo omusajja Chris Mubiru oyo omuwala bannange yandibadde afukamira erenya n'okwenenya nze musabira busabizi nti gwe onzima Juli Pepe simanyi dajja bakuzaala owulira kubanga singa obadde mu kika kyaffe twandikuŋŋaanye okusooka ne tukugoba ekisooka ekyokubiri twandibadde tandika okukugobamu emizimu weetaaga residential camp ey'okumukubamu emizimu ekyokusatu twanditandise okukebera ssente zonna ezo z'alina azijjawa mulabe mbadde ku Facebook ye onagenze simanyi wa Clinton wonakwata amabeere g'ebifaananyi simanyi ali Netherlands wonage tatereera bali South Africa bali eri mu bupatepate n'alyoka ne bakuŋŋaanya abaana baffe kubayingiza mu bisiyaga olwo Chris Mubiru lwaki yali akwata zividiyo bakwata vidiyo bange evidence eri abasponsa baabwe ti mu butuufu bali ebisiyaga abayo omwana bw'omukebera emimwa mikalu owulira lwaki yeekomberera kwekombere kuba talina kasoro bw'omukebera ayambadde empale naye talina kasoro naye yeefuula omusajja okitegeera kati obugwagwa obwo ne yeetandika okubuuza abaana w'omukazi n'omusajja nti abuzaabuuza nti nja kukuwasa kati bufumbo ki obwo oleete omuwala omwanjule ng'oyo kati oyo n'omuleeta simanya nti ogenda kwanjula ewaffe bamulya emiggo n'ebyo simanyi byayogera intersex ebika kyaffe mu Uganda wano kati era bwe bagamba bakubira pulezidenti we yatandikira yasooka n'abagamba nti mwe bakola embaga wano ewandegeya era bategeka embaga endala wulira mwe yabagamba bakola embaga ewandegeya naga tujja bakuba amasekerawe ebyobusirusiru pulezidenti bamukubira essimu nebatiisa ennaku ezo n'agamba nti mugende slo mugende lwaki bano bakolera David Cameron bano bakolera European Union bakoze simanya quota shade balina document ez'abazungu bakukuta enkya n'emisana naye nze kyensaba mu kifo ky'okumuyimusa otuyambye nnyo okumugjayo tumulabe omuwala ono ye sampo eraga ki ekyonoonese mu ggwanga lyaffe nsaba mukama atuyambe abaana bano abafuuse emisege nze banzigulako omusango gwa Amerika mbumbabulira enjiri ne banyiiza owulira era agenda kuba wano agenda awandiike kale pasita Sempa abulira enjiri era ayagala tutta ffe twagala tubalokole twagala tubaddemu omuzimu ogwo ogubatuddemu ogwo ogukutuddemu ogukulowooza nti gw'oli musajja ate ng'oli mukazi ekintu ekyo kyekirina okukimanya nebbiriŋŋanya mumulekerawo mukozesa ne karoti mulekerawo zikozesa ne kasooli okumwesonseka emabega eyo gyemweteekayo
pasita toyanzege pasita ensonga tugitegedde bulungi. Do you mirror a rotten society?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
If what you're doing is natural, do you intend to have kids?
I do.
Because the
I
essence
like
of a man living with a woman is to reproduce.
What's all this about children and all that stuff? First of all, we cannot even support the population that we have right now. I might be able to support my own, but with all, you know, the inequalities in this country, why would I want to bring, you know, someone to be part of that?
So
if I want to have a child, I can have a child.
So gay people are not bent on reproducing.
It's not about that.
Why
There are so many.
Why do we
there are
find
so many people
going into adoption?
There are so many people who have children. So many gay people who have children. I don't know why there's this whole notion that we cannot have children. We do not want children.
How can you get children?
Can we just not
biologically, please?
We're
not vulgarizing the show, but I want you to tell me how you can get a child when you're interfacing or when you're having intercourse with a fellow man or a fellow woman.
Is there only one way to have children? Is there only one way?
Yes, there is.
Really?
Yes, there is.
So what do people who cannot, for instance, who are barren or sterile, how do they get children? How do they raise children?
Is that the way we should go?
I'm not saying that. It's a diverse world. There are so many different things that are there. There are options for people who cannot biologically give birth, for them to be able to raise families. So why not?
Tell me, what do you think of Chris Mubiru?
Chris Mubiru...
And his Ogies that were captured on camera.
Well, that is his stuff. What do I think about him? I don't know what his orientation is.
Do we look at him as a homosexual?
Mistakenly, you guys do look at him as a homosexual. But and you do that because he's practicing anal sex. I was telling someone earlier that not every gay person has anal sex. There are so many who do not. It's what Chris, whatever is being alleged of what Chris has done or is doing that has been splashed all over the papers. Personally, if the people that the allegations has in the papers are minors, I will hunt for Chris myself. But these allegations, and I don't know if the people he's been engaging with are actually minors.
Do you feel sorry for his orientation?
I don't know what his orientation is, but as a human being, I think he needs.
He practices sodomy.
Well, for me, that I don't think that is an orientation. It's what he practices. I do not know what his orientation is, and I want to focus on the way that the reports have been coming out. You say he's sodomizing children, but you don't even care to protect the child's identity. That is totally absurd, and I'm actually uncomfortable talking about this issue for those reasons, because I do not want to keep giving it the platform.
Do you realize that you've received overwhelming moral disapproval from society?
Absolutely, I do.
And you're ready to stick on?
Absolutely. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here on this show.
Why? Why would you stick on?
Because this is who I am, and I need to talk about it. There's so many people who are like me, who have been pushed. You know, they are so oppressed they cannot speak for themselves. And if I can do that, why not take the opportunity to do so and try to create, you know, the kind of awareness to try and make people understand who we are. It will keep going on, but I'm not going to give up.
Why wouldn't you support the likes of Honorable Bahati in their zeal to restore morality in society?
What kind of morality are you trying to install in society if you're actually trying to deviate from that thing that you claim you're trying to protect, which is the family? Earlier on, I mentioned something about tolerance, that Uganda, Africans generally have a tolerant nature, yeah? But that is being taken away from us. We are not fighting for that. Why? Why are we choosing this thing? There's corruption, there's theft, there's a lot of murders, there's a lot of defilement, and all those things. This is like, really on a scale.
The fuss over homosexuality is uncalled for.
Uncalled for, totally. Totally. This whole attention that it's getting. You know, I've spoken to people. You've talked of moral disapproval, but I've talked to border men when I've gotten a chance, when they are not chasing me. And they're like, you know, they seem to be objective about issues that affect this country. I've spoken to someone that I can buy maybe tomato from, and they are totally not in agreement with the likes of Sempas, with the Bahatis. It's sort of, it's some group, you know, it's some group in leadership that is trying to push the society to believe that this is the #1 issue for this country.
Is it
and
true,
that is not
is it true that fighting for gay rights is a lucrative business for you?
It is not a business. Seriously, Simon. Why would I, with all the insults that Sempa has been hurling at me on air, why would I be in this? Just because I'm a gay person, I should not wear a nice suit. I should not wear things that I desire.
Yeah, because society doesn't approve of whatever you're doing at the moment.
What do you mean? So I shouldn't be dressed because of that?
Legally, is there any legal justification for homosexuality?
I told you I'm a human rights defender. And I see Pastor Sempa has come here. When I agreed to come to this show, I spoke to you.
I'm sorry, he just stormed.
He cannot just storm me. So if he storms in, I storm out. Thanks for your time. I cannot go on with this debate
Before
anymore.
you go, do you recognize these things?
Pepe, I'm sorry, can you give me a minute?
Pepe, do you recognize some of these things here? These are some of the things they use. I want to give you evidence. You see,
Pastor, aren't you being too harsh to these people? Why for once can't you relax and then think about the pain they go through as society ostracizes them?
Kansoke nkubulire lwaki adduse. Njagala olabe ebintu bino, obiraba bino. Ebintu bino ze karoti ze bakozesa. Okiwulira? Bakozesa karoti zino ne beefu oyo omuwala gw'olabye alowooza nti musajja. She thinks she's a man. But she does not have the equipment to be a man. So what do they do? To be able to try and penetrate the other person, they use carrots. Bakozesa carrot. Ochirap. Bakozesa amatooke.
I think you're being a little
no. Bakozesa mbogoya. Bakozesa bino bichukamba. Nze mbadde mulago. I am a counselor. For many years I counsel people like her. When I counsel them, I discovered that they have problems. Some of the problems is when you use something like this. So when you use something like this and you put it inside you, you rip your urinary tract areas. When they put it inside there behind, ngabolaba Chris Mobiru. Abana bayulika chetuva tukiita okuvuga olupanga.
But this is a disorder, right? If it's a disorder,
yes.
Do you feel you're handling it the right way?
Yes. Yes.
Or you're being too aggressive, too harsh on them?
No. You see, first of all, we have the good Bible that tells us, even the Quran tells us that this is an evil. Tukimanyi nti ekintu kino kikyamu. Bible yakiyita kibi. Era netubuulira nti mu mulembe ogujja waliwo waliwo abagenda okuvaayo ng'ate beekuba ki beepika ate nga beeteekamu ki amaanyi kati oyo omuwala omanyi sente z'alina omuwala oyo alina sente empya n'enkadde bw'ogenda ku Facebook ye bali mu kunywa emyenge bali mu kulya bali mu pate tebakoowa nze kambabuulire ate ekira tulina n'olugendo mu Luganda ewaffe nze ndi musajja muganda nti ow'ebbanga oba otamuwemukira teweebikka kali bajja wano ne batandika okwambaza laba ayambadde obugoye obulungi owulidde ayambadde obugoye obulungi ayambadde essuuti naye si musajja mwana muwala ekibuzaabuza nti olaba ekyana olaba omuwala omulungi naye ate kubanga mukama yamutonda muwala ki mulungi mutunuulire kyana naye ate yeefuula omusajja.
His claim is he's biologically fated to be a woman.
Kakati ki what makes him?
I'm glad Pepe is back.
I'm glad she has got.
Can you shake hands before we proceed?
Of course. How are you, Pepe? Nsaba mukama amaanyi go gayingira omwana waffe ono.
Pastor, no.
No, kamusabireko olwaza yagala.
No. Pastor, let's maintain civility on the show. Let's maintain civility. Let's maintain civility. Pastor Semper argues that these are the instruments you use.
These are vegetables.
Yes.
I eat this on my plate.
You eat them on your plate?
Yes.
You don't use them when you're having carnal knowledge?
Absolutely no, and Semper should stop misinforming the public.
Katona alimba. Me, I'm a counselor. I've counseled many of these. First of all, they start in secondary school.
Why don't you start with counseling other than being confrontational?
No, this is
a young man.
This one is an evangelist. This is a missionary of Sodom. Ono muminsani. Owulira ono muminsani yakulembera ekibondo kyabwe era gamba Uganda Africa Sodom Association ono yakikulembera balina budget ya miliyoni 44 eza dola amasuuti olowooza gano ga sente agajja mu wino.
Can you justify that? Just a second. Can you justify? Let me give him a chance to respond. Pepe.
Just translate what
Pepe, you are paid heavily to promote homosexuality in Uganda. What's your reaction?
It is not true. He claims I have a lot of money, I'm wearing fancy clothes, and all that stuff. I do not even earn the amount of money he thinks. I do not even earn $100 a month or even annually. I do not make the money that he thinks that we make. I'm talking about promotion of homosexuality, recruitment and all those things. They do not exist. It's just the pastors and his group, their propaganda. Just to stop debate like this.
Yes. Do you believe that there's been sexual abuse in this country? Propagated by yourselves as human rights promoters. This guy is as human rights promoters.
Stay inside.
Just ask the question again.
Do you believe that there's been sexual abuse, actually sodomy, unleashed towards kids, towards underage children, and towards the vulnerable?
Propagated by my work.
Yes.
There is no such thing.
What's your work? What's your work? What does your work entail?
It entails advocacy around sexual orientation and gender identity. And this includes making sure that people that people access health services, they access education, they access, like the so-called normal Ugandans. We advocate for every person to be treated the same. Not because I am a transgender person, you treat me differently. We're all Ugandans and we are protected.
Do you need counseling?
The Constitution. I do not need counseling.
Okay, Sebo, let me help you, sir.
I do not need
I'm glad she's talking about for everyone. It's a she. You see, this one is a banana.
Don't abuse someone's sex.
I know her.
This gentleman is a
transgender. She's a female. There are no two. It is either male or female. Let me first tell you, sodomy is about confusion. Now, I want to bring you to speed. This person is confused, and she's exporting her confusion. She's a woman, but she's thinking, excuse me, Phil, I've given you a chance. You see, a banana is different from a cucumber. A carrot is different from a banana. I want you to understand. You cannot equate. No, these are not equal. So for you to say we are advocating for everyone's right. When you are a sodomite, you are committing a crime. And a crime that makes you social, excuse me.
They have a right.
No, you have a social obligation. This is a truth. You have a social obligation when you commit a crime. If you knock someone, you commit a crime. So for you to come and say, we want to advocate for anyone's right, criminals and innocent people, they are not the same. Men and women are not the same.
Now, Pastor,
so
have you been affected by what they do?
Of course.
How?
I am at Makerere. These people have begun several organizations. First of all, the Americans and the Europeans are putting a lot of money in the faculty of law to train people like this one in how to come and speak. Now she's going to go back and ask for money. Again, I follow you ardently on your Facebook. I follow you ardently. So I'm not uninformed. This one is part of sexual minorities, Uganda. Part of their groups, when they get pregnant, they chase them away. I've been counseling about 5 girls who, because when the lesbians get pregnant, they chase, then they come and tell me what is going on. Their life is full of misery. Pate after pate. She can never have children.
You love what you do, don't you?
I absolutely love my work, yes.
Of course,
and you're protected by the Constitution.
Yes, I am protected by the Constitution.
Where's the constitutional provision that promotes homosexuality in this country?
I told you it's not homosexuality.
What is
I
it?
do human rights. Protect life.
You ask Sodome, she said human rights. We say Sodome, she said gay. We ask Ebisiaga, she says sexual minorities. Confusion of the highest order. So what they do is they cover Bapa Kirechi. The baptismal name for that word is Sodome. But they are giving themselves a new name. Sexual minorities.
You know,
human rights.
You confuse
Sodom.
You confuse sexual.
Pastor.
Yes.
You're meant to heal these people.
Yes.
Not to confront them, aren't you?
No. Bible says open rebuke is better than secret love. This girl needs to be told she's a girl. No, this young girl needs to be told she's a woman, not a man. The longer you continue on addressing her as sa, now otandika okulimbibwa uno mwana muwala era singa manyine n'ab'ekika kye. What tribe are you, by the way? Olaba tamanyi na ggwanga lye. What clan are you? Takimanyi asirise. Do you have fathers and grandfathers? Of course he does. Takimanyi tagana kiddamu kimuswaza. What is your tribal name? Yes, in the black people, we have ancestors and descendants. The living today provide grandchildren for our ancestors. This young woman is denying her members of the family a chance to have children. In Africa, that is so bad.
Pastor, if he's not come to your son or daughter, why don't you let them be?
No, you see, in Africa, we don't go with what I do is what I feel. I am because I am. In Africa, I am because we are a community. We always ask oyo mwana wani. Kati mubuziza oli mwana wani. Kimwemye okuddamu. Soko wulirize. Mubuziza ono mwana wani. Kade ekyo sagana kyogerako. Olw'ensonga lwaki onatuula bwa n'abeera ng'ayogera ebisiyaga ne batamukwata. Ssente etambula wansi ne waggulu. Bayina Obama, bayina David Cameron, bayina abazungu bonna ono bamuwa ekirabo kyo Clinton. Awarded Clinton. Bali awo beegabire ssente n'ebirabo by'otala. Ono ayina visa agenda America lwa bisiyaga. Sinti ayina kyakoze ekyamaanyi wabula kola ki? Kulya bisiyaga. Ono bamuwa. She's being given a minorities. What is minorities? Please, I want, don't you see now we're back with no, minorities, they are trying to say majorities and minorities. You cannot equate, okay, a carrot with a banana. And I want this young woman to explain to you.
Let's give him a chance.
What does she use for sex? What do they use for sex? What do you use? What do you use for sex? As a man, this one,
my food.
you see, they don't even want to talk about
okay,
it.
Let's hear from him. Let's hear from Pepe,
Chimubuze.
Pepe, I
Why
need your
don't you respect yourself?
No,
sir?
how do you?
Can you become for now?
No, no.
Can you become? And let him respond.
Okay, I'll
Let
put
him
these ones
respond
here.
to you.
I'll put these
Okay.
ones here to see if she will answer.
Pepe, you hear the sense of rage that's coming in
That
from
is
Pastor
Africa.
Sempa
Africa.
and several other Africans who believe that their culture is being eroded by your human rights advocacy.
It is not being eroded. I told you earlier, we are generally a tolerant society. And when I see people like Martin Sempa, so disrespectful, so outraged, so, you know, he's I am so disappointed that someone like this
Pastor, hold on. Pastor, he gave you a chance to speak.
You see,
Okay, go ahead.
So to have people like this lead our society, mislead our society,
This is
really appalling.
Get over it.
You know, my family
This
supports
is not
me.
San Francisco.
This is
not
Uganda,
New York.
and let me
This
tell
is
you, Sempa,
Uganda.
I am not going anywhere.
Have you looked at Chris Mubiru's footage?
I have seen the red pepper stuff, yes.
You've
I have.
discussed it
How did you
online.
feel? How did you feel?
I know how you.
I was outraged.
You're outraged.
You said,
Why?
Mama,
Why
never
were you
took
outraged?
Me?
Yes. Yes.
I
On your
choose
discussion.
I choose
I
not
can
to
pull it
go.
up. Can I pull up your Facebook?
Please do, please
Let
do.
me pull up your
Please
Facebook
do,
and
because
tell
you
what
are
they're
lying
discussing.
to the entire
Let
country.
me bring it up. Let me bring
You
it up.
are lying to the entire country, Sempa.
I'm watching you
Sempa,
discuss it. Butuku
you
said,
might be so
when Chris
vocal.
Mubiru
Yeah?
came out,
You
I
might
want
be
to
so
bring up her
vocal.
Facebook. Julia Pepe Onzima.
And
She
that's
said,
not
"Mama,
the, that's
Tuku
not
there."
the, that's not
But
Okay,
the
that's
Pastor,
no,
and those are not the
Pastor.
things that I use to do that.
The
I
call
was
for
outraged.
this show
Yeah?
was to discuss the pros and cons of this kind of advocacy. Today, rather recently, we had President Museveni say that these people can go on for as long as they do not recruit or promote. What do you make of the
You
president's
see, the president is being pressurized. Me, for 3 years, they have opened court cases against me. They have spoken evil against me. They have
We
called
do not
me.
have a court case against
They
you,
threaten
Sempa.
death.
We
I've
don't.
received death threats. Americans want to bomb me. When you are alone, they harass you. So President Museveni has been harassed for 3 years. You remember when they had a wedding in Wandegea? What did he say? We will shoot, we will arrest them, we will shoot them. They began pampering him and campaigning him. 2-3 years later, when this bill came up, when they had us, they said, go slow. All the NRM said, no, Mr. President.
But we have an existing legal framework in this country.
Wait. Now, he goes, you see a Mama Mbabas, he goes to Italy, okay? Rebecca Kadaga goes to
Vatican.
Canada. When they come back, Rebecca said, no, we neither retreat, we no surrender. But the Mama Mbabas said, government will not support it. You see what is happening? They are pressurizing individuals. But you see, we have clans. We have 5,000 years of known history. In all my history, I have never had in my clan, nze ndi wanchima. Okiwulira? Tuyina amateeka agatufuga. Tumala gagamba mu human rights. Mubuuziza jjajjaawe yaani. Tasobola muddamu kuba kimuswaza. Okiwulira?
I'm not
mubuuziza
ashamed of
ebisiyaga
where I
bino
come
biki.
from.
Shit, you
I
can't
am
even
not.
answer it. Mubuuziza bino
I am
biki
not ashamed of
mwekozesa.
where I come
Tasobola biddamu. Okiwulira? Ali mu luzunguzungu. Nze kankubuulire muganda wange.
Do you have gadgets that you use during intercourse? Okay. Do your colleagues have gadgets they use during
I
intercourse?
don't know. That's their private life. I do not
Tell
know.
the truth.
When you saw Chris Mubiru sodomizing, did you feel that's normal for a man to have intercourse with a fellow man?
I did not see Chris Mubiru sodomizing. I saw pictures in the red paper of allegations of him sodomizing a minor. And I told you earlier, I am totally against abuse of children.
We have videos, but they are rather gothic. I wouldn't show them on TV. They are
Irrespective
horrible.
of the person's sex.
You
I
see-
am against child molestation, any kind of exploitation.
What if there
I
were
said
two
that.
adults? What if there were two adults?
That is what they do in their privacy.
That's
That is
okay.
theirs.
Is that okay?
For me, what happens between two adults behind their closed doors is none of my business.
So in your advocacy, what exactly do you do?
You've asked that like 3 times.
Yes. And I need to hear this again.
Can the pastor shut up while I say this?
Yes,
Because he's
yes.
been interrupting and probably you did not
He's
get
quiet. Pastor is quiet. Pastor, will you be quiet?
I am
So
afraid.
what will you do? Rather, what do you do in your advocacy work?
I told you we talk about the advocacy is on the rights of human beings regardless of their sexual orientation and gender identity. We have reports of people who have been molested within their own homes, by their own parents, by their own family members, because they are different. So those kinds of rights are the rights that we protect, that when you're in a home, you deserve that family affection and protection from your family. And the law also protects against defilement, against rape, against all these violations that are there. That is what we work towards, seeing that every person is equal in front.
How come society is not compassionate towards you?
Well, because there are people like Martin Semper who keep teaching this, and you give them a lot of platforms to keep promoting
She spent
their
1 hour
agenda.
here. I want to bring this issue. I'm surprised Julie does not get on her knees and repent to the whole public on behalf of their member, Chris Mubiru.
Is Mubiru part of you?
I do not know his orientation, I told you earlier.
You see, they are denying.
Have you conducted a census to know who belongs to you and who doesn't?
But are you repeating these questions for the benefit
You see, it
of
is
the
embarrassing.
pastor or what?
Please, it is embarrassing.
Because I answered
Sebo,
all
let
these
me
things long time
Sebo,
ago.
let me answer.
I
Let me
did.
tell you. You see what is happening? These people come here and they tell us that what they do is something that is normal. Okay? They try to equate heterosexuality with homosexuality as if it's vanilla and ice cream or chocolate. They are not. I want to tell you that using a gadget, which is why she's afraid. Most of you see, she said, you see, these are facts. They want to discuss it in words. But I want you to know, what is your level of education, by the way?
I'm not answering.
Okay, you see, she doesn't know. Let me tell you the concept of ontology and epistemology. Epistemology is the science of knowing about something. Ontology is the science of knowing something. When you discuss sodomy, in its ontological reality is the whatness. What is the substance? And when you advocate for something, you have to know what it is before you promote it. Now, people need to know ekisiyaga kyeki, because abantu baffe tebamanyi naki bakozesa lupanka. Ekisiyaga kye twogerako ye musajja. Excuse me, let me finish. Ekisiyaga, no, you see, whenever I go there, she gets uncomfortable.
I'm not uncomfortable. I am not uncomfortable.
Pastor,
this is why.
I invited Mr. Onzima.
For you, me, I'm a counselor. I know sheep. Let me come. I want to tell you what homosexuals do. She doesn't want to talk about the privacy of their bedroom, where HIV spreads. You know that 70% of all homosexual men have
heterosexuals
have HIV. No, listen. 70% of all the homosexual men in sub-Saharan Africa, research by the Lancet magazine 2 years ago shows that they have 60 to 70% HIV, and normal heterosexual men are about 7%. When you're homosexual, you have more chance of experiencing death from HIV than a normal person. Why? When you take a man, this is a man's genital, and you insert them into the intestine, okay, they put their genitals into the excretory system. This excretory system is not designed to receive. It is only for exit. Kino ekyenda bwe bakikulusanya ne kiyulika ne kitirika omusaayi ne kiryoka kitambuza obulwadde. That is for men. For women, what they do is they begin their sexual acts, because she does not have the equipment. They begin to use their lips. So the mouth is used to lick the other person. That's number one. It created orogonorrhea. Many lesbians have orogonorrheas, orosyphilis. Number two, because they don't have the equipment, they begin to use gadgets like bananas. They use carrots. They use bananas. They use cucumbers and other metallized ones, and they put them inside themselves. Because they are not normal. Bitandika okuyuza n'abaana zaabwe. Kati ono otandika okulaba batandika okumira n'empeke. But let me first finish. In Mulago today, I have been in Mulago for the last 4 weeks.
Yeah, but he's a transgender for 6 years and he's not had any effect.
Seen people like her being patched up. Babatunga emabega, babatunga bunda, babasalamu n'abaana. Ono yalina amabeere. Wuliriza. No, they don't want to enter into the bwino. Kankugireyo bwino. Bamira empeke, kati ono amira empeke. Empeke ezo ne zitandika omunyiganyiga. Owulira? Empeke ezirimu obusajja testosterone. Okiwulira? That is why you begin to see someone begins to change. Mwana muwala naye akyuka. Amabere bagasalako. Owulira? Ne Katonda bw'omukebera oyinza okusanga yalina amabere naye bagenda South Africa ne bagenda wa ne bagasalako. They cut off their breasts to look like. Then you see a girl who looks like, dressed like a man, and it confuses you.
Lily Carter.
For Europeans.
Welcome to my channel.
I want to know
why do Europeans condone it and we condemn it in Africa?
Because you see, for us it is a human vice. For them they are calling it a human right. Okiwulira? Fewaffe kibi is a human vice. For them it's a human right. They call it a human right defender. Yesterday, the European Union ambassador to African Union donated 1.8 million European euros for these ones. Every day Baba was sent. Finally, finally I want to tell you, in Buganda, the first man and woman is called Nambi Nechintu. What is that?
Pastor, before you go there, you've made
Nambi and Chintu was a homosexual.
You've made several allegations.
That is why for Europeans,
Pepe, you have the platform. Pepe, you have the platform. Without being interrupted by Pastor, medically, does being gay have any adverse effects?
Every sexual contact, if you expose yourself, if you risk yourself, be it heterosexual or homosexual, there will definitely be a risk that you've exposed yourself to. It's not limited to homosexuals. That cuts across. He's been claiming, making claims and allegations about HIV/AIDS spreading. How it's mostly among homosexuals. It's not true.
It's a gay disease. Get over it.
It's not true. You know that.
Pastor, relax. Pastor, relax.
It's not true.
Yes.
It's just. Actually, it's your ignorance.
No,
it's limited. I'm not going to talk about
you
statistics.
Don't know.
I know.
When you don't have data,
I am not going to go
quiet.
back and forth.
But when we have data, let us talk.
Now, the final question. The final question. Pepe, how do you want society to perceive you?
As a human being, as a person who is part of this society,
but society has rejected you.
It has not rejected me. It is the propaganda of the likes of Sempa.
What is your
my family loves me as I am.
What is your clan?
Actually, even right now,
what is your
they are
tribe?
supporting
Would your parents...
I choose not to tell you,
Onzima, would your parents... Onzima, no, Pastor, hold it, please. Pastor, rather, Pepe.
I cannot believe you put me on a show with a hooligan.
Pepe, would your parents attend a wedding where you are with a person of the same sex?
A person I love, a person who cares about me, yes.
How
as
did your
I am
parents
here,
feel?
let me tell you, Simon, as I am here, my family supports me. It supports me, so I am here.
Are they supporting a disorder?
I have a name.
What is the tribe?
I refuse to tell you.
Okay,
I refuse to tell you.
Pastor, this anti-gay activism.
No, me, I'm not an anti-gay. Me, I'm anti-sodomy. Nagano kulimbibwa. Gay is being happy. Me, I'm gay. I'm happy. But this is the confusion. They say to be a sodomite is to be happy. No, me, I'm anti-sodomy. Then wanyisa bisiyaga. Sirwanyisa abantu basanyufu.
And I'm anti-sexual violence.
Tasobola kyogera. Ekyokubiri kankubulire.
There, when it comes to violence, we're on the same page.
Why don't you fight for heteros as well?
What do you mean?
Heterosexuals.
What do you mean? Fight for heterosexuals. What do you mean fighting for heterosexuals?
For their rights. Yeah, for their rights.
They are so. I am a human rights defender. I'm not limited. I am not limited.
You are an activist for LGBTI.
I am
Lesbians,
an activist.
Gays,
bisexual,
transgender, and intersexuals.
Let me tell you something.
Where's the H?
Human rights. I told you earlier. I am a human rights activist. For this group, there are different people who work on different things. Like he does something different. You know? I do something different. You see? So, it's a human right for human beings to coexist with each other.
Do you have hope that someday society will get to appreciate you?
Absolutely. I'm very optimistic. I am very optimistic.
Finally, yes.
I'm very optimistic.
We are dealing with a girl who thinks she's a boy.
A gentleman.
That is number one.
Treat him as a gentleman.
Symptom number one of gender identity disorder. If you parents are there and you have a girl who thinks she's a boy, okay, that is a sickness. You need to guide them and bring them for counseling. Number two, I'll give you my phone number at the end, 0772 64 10 28. Number two, she does not have a tribe. So there is a lack of pride in who she is. An African by nature realizes that we have a history. We began with Chintu and Nambi. By the grace of God, we have reached here. And we who are living at the bridge between the past and the future, we must bear children. But we know kudala abana. Kati ono mwana tamanyi gwanga lye. No. It's by chance that someone should have a child. No. Let me tell you, kanti kubulire. Uliriza. No. Kati ono ezo mpisa zaffe ng'abaddugavu era kambabulire mpa teka mu kamera wano mbabulire. Ffe ng'abaana b'abaddugavu. Abasajja bassaabasajja kabaka ono simanyi gy'ava owulira singa waliyo amanyi omwana ono oba omukulu w'ekika twetaaga tumukuŋŋaanye era nkubira omulanga oyo gaabunga akulembera ekika ky'emmamba twetaaga okukuŋŋaana abaana bano ono mubiru kati ono tamanyi na luganda oyo mubiru aswazizza ekika ky'emmamba nga bwe tugamba mu luganda nti omulya mmamba abeera omu n'avumaganya ekika omulya kisiyaga abeera omu n'avumaganya ki ekisiyaga kati buganda eyina okuvayo eyogere ffe ffenna kati ne bana abalabirira omwana ono mutuyambe kubanga karoti zino muziraba amatooke gano ge beesonseka bino bikyukamba bye beesonseka abazungu ne babakubira akagombe nti buli baakabi clinton n'abawa awaadi bannanga abaana batugendako era namwe abakola bividiyo ba musicians mulekeraawo keko ani mbayita muveeyo mutwegatteko okulwanyisa kamiliyoni bobi wine badde enkuba
Don't you think you need to interface so that
no, I have to pray for this young woman as I read the scripture for her. My daughter, I want to read for you a scripture.
No. I should take charge of this.
No, I want to read for her.
He's not ready. He's not ready.
Yagamba tituli bagoba bw'emizimu era ekyawandiikibwa kigamba
No. I'm afraid. Pastor, no. I'm afraid you're not going to do this. My grace is not comfortable. No. Well, on that note, we thank you very much. That's all we have for you. Good morning. All right, on that note, we wind up and that ends the show.
The absolute state of Path of Exile 2 0.3, the third edict so far, is crazy. We had a massive surge of players on Steam due to the free weekend and excellent retention going on to day
Snake
10.
the Goblin Man of the Snaking Devils of the Goblining Snake Diving Snakes.
Classes and skills are
Master
still
Goblin,
viable,
thanks.
though probably not optimal. We'll talk about why. Despite
Where
huge
is my
success
fucking
and enjoyment
chest?
from the vast majority of the community, there are still some big
I saw
problems
your
with the
friend
game,
Mealhan was
including
being
visual
cringe
clarity,
again.
degens on death,
Oh, he is
performance,
shit.
balance disparity, and
usual.
power disparities between classes
As
and
usual.
endgame, but to a much lesser degree than before. People have come together on the biggest wins for the game, including Act 4 and the interludes, the addition of crafting,
Sound
new
of loot
omens,
falling.
abyss,
Ah.
and the new currency orbs, and the market is just superb. People are enjoying just staying in the game and logging in the morning and seeing a slew of currency sitting in their hideout. But even within this enjoyment, there is still some debate, especially on the campaign.
You can come voice
Will
with
grinding
us,
your
man,
games
if you're
actually
bored.
cave and give a campaign skip option at the end of the day? I don't think so. Finally, will there be more patches for this PoE2 expansion, or are we done until December? Grinding Your Games has been especially quiet
well,
lately. Either they're
Not for long. Gotta eat and go to work, I guess. Hello. What's up?
Hello.
Hello. Who's being cringe? I don't read that shit, you know. It's blocked. I can show you my my Discord. It's blocked. Like I literally can't see it. I know it's because he's gay. He's not homosexual. He's gay.
A najbolje mi, znači on se probudio u 6 sati da odi tamo na sebe priča kak ti streamaš. Jao. A zašto je on budan u 6 sati?
Yes, but we are not the same. Nismo isti. Ja sam budan zato što radim u 2. On je budan zato što ne zna šta da radi u životu.
Išao na kavicu.
Aha. Pa, ja znaš kako je njegovo svako jutro, ovo možeš da klikuješ slobodno. 5, pola 6, ustajanje, 3 pržene jajeta i slanina, 15 minuta sobno biciklo, pola 7 tuš, u 7 sati, kad sam radio u susednom mestu, prolazio sam ispred njegove kuće oko 7, u 7 sati pali auto, ide za Vrbas na kaficu. Da, na kaficu. Oko 8 se vraća nazad, završio je posao. Pali se hunt, gleda koga može da ulovi od žrtvi i onda on je radio. I onda gleda kad ko dolazi iz posla.
Dobar dan, Snake, kako si?
Dobar dan,
Šta Milan opet radi? Majko,
eto ti je njegov schedule. Pa, što mu ne pošaljemo invite da počita i sam taj cringe festival.
Pošaljemo ja screenshotu.
Možda i tako.
Jo.
Treba nam jedan troll tamo na kanal. A da se ne zna da ga ja plaćam. Znači misliš da će tarot karte biti nešto novo, a? Pa ne znam, ja mislim da će biti merch, ali ajde, možda da se varam.
Dolazi nove kartice u igricu.
Ako bude nova mehanika, okej.
Pa je, pa vidiš u klipu što sam poslao, da možeš zaustaviti, ako goriš, možeš, ne znam, ima nešto sa exit.
Ne želim da stave stvar na 2 mjeseca i kao okej, sad ćemo to da izvadimo, zato što razmišljamo da li je to dobro za igru ili nije, kao što su prošli put uradili. Jesi sećaš?
Ček, šta su maknuli?
Medveda. Gdje ti je cirkus i medved. I onda,
su ga metli nazad.
Posle godinu dana i onda su neki ljudi rekli, jao, šta je ovo, medved je novo. Ne, nije novo, to je bilo prošlog avgusta. U sklopu cirkusa, bio je mini boss, sad je običan mob.
Da.
Nije novo, to je stara stvar. Neki ljudi nemaju... imaju sećanje kratko, ajmo tako da kažem.
Ne znam, ja mislim da će ove karte baš ostati te tarot karte. Mislim da će dodati i da će ostati. Ja mislim da neće biti komedije. Iako su to sjebali, ne znam zašto sam da napravili, to nema meni smisla. Ali da, ne znam šta ću moći s njima raditi. Vidio sam da ima, da su kao napravili taj preview za izlaze na mapu, za gorenje i možda za healanje, zašto bio je klip, neke like pogodio ga je i onda se ušao za kipa healati. Šta ja znam, iskoristio kvar. Ne znam.
Sunce, tako?
Pa nisam vidio, ali da, ne znam što. Ne znam šta karte znači, to moram, da, to pa da, ima smisla, mogu to pogledati. Chariot.
Znam da ti je tower ili ti kula ti je simbol propasti, velike propasti i nesreće. To ti je solidno loša karta u tarotu.
The chariot is a card about overcoming conflicts and moving forward in a positive direction. Ček. Zašto je onda lik to koristio protiv enemija? Šta, to njemu daje možda buff neki?
Psycho Ghost ima teoriju da se blokira ekstra s tom kartom.
Ali kako ima smisla? Ako je lik bio pokre extraction ili ovakve
Pa nema smisla, ako si već pored extractiona, zašto bi to koristio?
Lik je bio poker extraction i iskoristio kartu. Ja mislim da je možda neki buff, neki buff sigurno. Ja mislim da je buff. Da tebi daje buff.
Ima teorija da je to...
Zašto piše na kartu, evo, determination, drive, recognition, revenge, success, victory i war. Kako to ima? To ne znam šta. Šta bi bilo ono drugo? Edi, jesi ti vidio kartu?
Nisam.
Tako sam tu generirao.
Gdje sam?
Da, znači... Da, ovo je range gdje taj lik od extractiona je doslovno, to može zaustaviti extraction. Aha, ček, možda se ne čuje da si ti tamo, ako si pokraj extractiona.
Misliš da ne daje signal da može se privući?
Da, zašto se konjevi nisu zašto inače konjevi pak polude kad su odvajane i tima jedna poka druga. Može to?
Za kao stealth pristup, ali šta je s ljudima koji skeniraju random dark site pored izlaza da vide? Šta onda? Iskoristi si kartu za nešto što nema point.
Kakav je Path of Exile 2? Valja?
Pa kampanja je solidno teška. Ljudi spominju endgame, ali glupo je pričati endgame-u kad trenutno imaš 60-70% kampanje urađeno. Imaš 6 aktova, a trenutno imaš 4, dodali su još jedan s ovim patchom.
A vidio sam, nije mislio sam kupit.
Ili čekaj da izađe full verzija, bit će free. Ali ako uzmeš sad early access dobit ćeš...
Free će izaći svakih 2 godine.
Dobit ćeš... slušaj, dobit ćeš instant pristup beti i dobit ćeš stash tabove koji bi svejedno kupio da igraš ozbiljne igre, tako da zavisi koliko si koliko ti se igra.
The sun portrays good fortune, happiness, joy and harmony. It represents the universe coming together and agreeing with your path, aiding forward movement into something greater. Znači vjerojatno ćete healat u neki fucking mutavi meme, da ćeš ti neki buff isto. I ovo ti sam šta ugasio? The Garden.
Trenutno imaš 5 ili 6 klasa, a oni, kako sam shvatio, hoće da uzmu i da karaktere iz Path of Exile 1 prebace sve u dvojku. Postojeće klase.
Gledao sam malo karaktere i klase.
Biće, ovo što imaš do sad je jako veliko, znaš, ima dosta za igranje, a ono što čini mi se, ako završe to što budu htjeli stvarno, bit će igra ogromna.
Ovo karta ne postoji.
Koja karta?
The Garden.
Ne, to je nešto njihovo.
Ok, čekaj. Pa...
Mogu te reći da je verovatno ruku uz ruku sa ostalim RPG-vima. Bolje je Diablo 4 po meni.
The garden can indicate social, both physical and... okay. Znači, garden reprezentira konekciju među nekoga. Nekih osoba. Znači, to je valjda team-wide sranje.
I nemaš prvo pojma, ali tako?
Garden has a positive meaning implying a place of pleasure, respite and community.
Okay.
Indicates social networking, both physical and online.
Kad iskoristiš kartu, pokrenuti crossplay među konzole i PC.
Da, jedva čekam igru crossplay, dobit ću lika sa fucking konzole koji će stajati u
Stvarno misliš da neće biti crossplay, šta?
Pa ne, mislim ako dodaju, ali ja ne razumijem zašto ti ljudi hoće crossplay, ja vidim da svi seru po Huntu.
Zato što nema igrača,
ali šta će ti crossplay?
Nema igrača.
A nema igrača, a ko bi igrao Hunt na jebenom PlayStationu, fucking Xbox?
Začudio bi se.
Zašto?
Znači... Aim assist.
Okej, ali slušaj.
Prvi bi streameri nabavili sebi konzolu, da.
Ali slušaj, znači Hunt na jebenom konzolama je doslovno ne možeš ciljat. Znači svi na jebenim konzolama igraju sa shotgunima ili jebeni Bomblands. Bomblands ti je doslovno najbolje fucking oružje što možeš koristiti.
Popneš se čovjeku iznad glave, on ne gleda nikad gore.
Zato što oni doslovno ne mogu imat.
Dovoljno samo da budeš iznad njega.
Na joysticku ti postoji aim assist na konzoli.
Da, ali aim assist u Huntu je jako užasan je. Doslovno je shit. Nije to ono da ti samo cilja koji Isus, nego...
Nije to aimbot kao Call of Duty.
Nije Call of Duty.
Gorije.
Ovo je Hunt, tu ipak moraš ciljati ovako jednak jebote.
Bumo vidli.
Budemo vidjeli kad izađe, upravo si.
Ja neironično mislim da...
Šta?
Onak, to ne smije, šta će ti crossplay? Ali shit, ne, ali ti nećeš moći, ali ne možeš kompitat sa likom na kompjuteru. Ne možeš. Pa dobro, mislim, može oni to napraviti, ali ti ne možeš kompitat sa likom na kompu, ne možeš.
Pa dobro, na njemu je da vidi da li hoće ili neće da igra protiv tebe. Jel' tako?
Pa mislim svi će uključiti crossplay ako mogu. Znači vjerojatno svi sa konzolama igrati sa shotgunom.
Pa šta je tvoj problem? Pa ti uzmi Winfield ili...
Pa ovako jednaki se igraju sa shotgunom.
Ili uzmi maraton i cepa ih sa 50 do 100 metara distanci. Pa neka gađe sa slagvoljom.
Idem uzeti čekić, idem trčati ključ.
Jest, čekić.
Ja sam jednog lika jednom ubio sa onim traitom, Tomahawk. Bacio sam čekića u kući jednoj i ubio sam lika s automatom.
Zato dobiješ achievement ako baciš čekić na nekog i ubiješ ga.
Da. To smo ja i Isaac igrali i Arvid je onda isto igrao u to vrijeme. Ja sam bacio čekić na tog lika. Niki Milane.
Jo.
To.
Bila malo kafa da se razgovara s ljudima. Ono jedna žena u kafani je konobarica. Joj, IQ.
Klasičan Balkan. On je doslovno pure example Balkanca. On izgleda kod Crnogorac, ne ironično.
Ali nije Crnogora zato što on je druga generacija. Njegov deda i baba su došli iz Crne Gore. On je običan...
Aha, onda ima smisla da se izgleda kod Crnogorac.
Folira se. Ljudi iz Crne Gore ne izgledaju tako. Ne znam da li vi ih imate tamo.
Baš ne.
Recimo da nije već 2-3 generacije odatle, već recimo njegovi baba i deda su došli u Hrvatsku i oni sad najveći Hrvat, jeli, kod vas. Ono, ultra patriota, ajmo tako da kažemo. Drugačiji izraz nemam.
To je isto ono kad je Tito htio napraviti htio je napraviti, kako se to kaže?
Veliku Jugoslaviju.
Različnosti, onak, među ljudima. I onda je fucking preselio cijelo selo Srba tu kod nas. Kaže, vi ste sad Hrvati.
Pa da, to ne ide to.
Ima smisla, ne?
A dobro, ne ide to na silu nikad.
Edio, si znao to da ovo svi iz Tereza, isto su Srbi.
Znao sam.
Ba tu nikad nije imalo smisla, ajde.
Dijelka tamo, pogotovo ih ima puno.
A znaš šta su Kinezi uradili, ne znam za Tita. Kad su gradili onaj, kako se zove, onaj 3 brane, to ti najveća hidroelektrana na svetu.
Aha, one treba.
Kad su potopili čitavu dolinu pod vodu da naprave te 3 brane. Na silu su preselili ljude. Gledao sam snimak da ih, znači, uzimaju čitavu porodicu, na kamioni stavljaju i, znači, na silu. Neće ljudi da idu, džaba, ništa da se ne pitaš. Samo dođe ovi iz vojske, policije, strpaju te i ideš. Prijatno.
Boli njih kurac. U Kini ih boli kurac.
Oni su izračunali da im tu treba struja, da napreduju kao država, znači svi odatle idu na drugo mjesto. Snalazi se. Ali to ima više smisla nego ono, znaš, radi neke raznolikosti da se preselimo. Ili ono, Aleksandar Makedonski, to znate, da je svoje vojnike ženio za žene iz državu u kojima je proputovao.
Ma je to zmima napravo, ne ironiš.
Možda i to, možda da bi trovao, ko zna.
Da trola, lik iz trola napraviti.
Komunistički režim je tad bio, tak da ima smisla.
U Makedoniji?
Ne u Makedoniji, u Hrvatskoj.
U Makedoniji.
Je li kod vas išta radi ili samo tvoja žena radi?
Ona sad ide na faks, ali ja...
Pa kad radi u McDonald'su?
McDonald's?
Negdje je rekla da sprema hranu, ako sam dobro shvatio.
To je radila, da, u nekom fucking kafeu.
Aha, to je onaj studentski posao gdje radiš što stigneš, to?
Da.
Kapiram. Vas dvojice ne idete na faks ili?
No.
Ne. Dobro, pitam. Mislio sam za Klauda da je student, ali ima gamerske navike čovjeka koji igra WoW preko čitave noći. Ili kao znaš Nenada, dolaziš ti manika.
Da.
On ti dođe s posla, odspava popodne 3-4 sata, ostane se u 11, od 11 do 5 je budan, ili do 4, u 5 ide na posao. Skoro ni ne spava.
Da?
I to ti je to. I onda kaže da je umoran. Od svega.
On je normalno. Čak šta?
Da, to je isti onaj lik što je 15 puta briso Hunt instalirao. Šta sad?
Dođi ovamo. Maleni.
A je li za kad to kraj tektizuje te gluposti?
Za kad? Nemam pojma, ali su tizili su na Instagramu.
Mislim, nije još ni završeno ovo. Znam da ne voliš kad ga spominjem, onaj Austrijanac, jel da? Troll iz Austrije. Ajmo tako reći. Više nemaš u Huntu eventa, to ti je sve season content. Kao u Call of Duty-u ili kao u bilo kojoj drugoj igri. To je sve seasonal content. Zbog nekog razloga Crytek tvrdoglavo to zove event. Event traje nedelju dve, ako se dobro sećate, ono tipa za Halloween ili za Božić ili šta ja znam. To ti event. A kad traje 3 mjeseca ni event. Ne može biti event. Više kao season of nešto. Aha. Poison. 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 Ako imaš novaca igrati se nešto, mislim da možeš za 20 € uzeti ključ za igru.
Da što?
To veše Edi tamo, ne vidim po nadimcima. Krobar. Za 20 € mislim možeš uzeti najjeftiniju ediciju.
Aha.
Ajde,
a mislio sam kupit to ili Kingdom Hearts sve dijelove.
Ako hoćeš da igraš single player igru, da, pretpostavljam da ti Kingdom Hearts možda bolji.
Pa da. Da ubijem vrijeme malo.
Ili bih ti preporučio ako imaš vremena, ja nemam, Clair Obscur.
To sam mislio isto kupit.
Clair Obscur je dobro.
Ja ti ga preporučujem. Ne znam šta je bolje, gameplay ili muzika.
Muzika.
Imaš meme, kaže kupiš igru, kupiš soundtrack i dobiješ igru uz to.
Da.
Ja većinom radim.
Ja uživam u tomu.
Ja većinom radim achievemente u Steam igrama. I u single player. Većinom.
Ima ovdje dosta achievementa da se vrati. Kolektivelno. Skupljaš gramofonske ploče, to su ti delovi soundtracka koje možeš slušaš dok si u kampu. Skupljaš ove delove opreme koje ti boostaju statistike, retka oružja koje ti daju drugačije načine da oformiš družinu ili da radiš DPS ili da healaš party. Mislim da su čak Japanci ljubomorni na njih zato što su bukvalno tim koji nikad nije radio tako neku igru, a mislim da su radili posao bolji nego većina Final Fantasy igara koji se igra u zadnjih 10 godina. Igrao sam i onaj Final Fantasy 13 i 15, ali nisu ni blizu ovoga. To sam ja stao.
Nordvis. Welcome to my channel.
Mislim da im posustaje ekipa za Hunt, dosta ljudi je prestalo aktivno da im igra tamo. Ponekad upecaju ovoga Drakulu, ali Drakula ih troluje.
Ja bih isto trolo da igram svima.
Drakula uđe u meč i zaleti se i umre prvi. I onda se oni kao, pa dobro, zašto si to radi? A njega boli kurac. Zato sam te bio zvao. Da im opitaš puls. Izreklamirao sam te kao da si Raktazi sa Balkana. Minus aimbot. Oh. Oh my brother, no. Oof. Fuck, shit.
Too soon. What a disgustingly shiny thing. I need more time. Too soon. Death is my power to wield.
Ko nema života također preporučujem da može slobodno da igra Path of Exile 2.
Ček, šta? Kako se zove igra?
Imaš...
Smeć. Smeć.
Slušaj, imaš aukciju na koju možeš kupovati i prodavati iteme.
Aha. Ali koja igra?
Path of Exile 2. Ako imaš dovoljno vremena da grindaš gear i malo sreće, možeš ubrati opremu koju možeš da prodaš na in-game marketu. Sad, kako možeš izvući to kao pare nisam siguran, vjerojatno su ljudi smislili način za to, da prodaš nekom item.
I need more time.
Ili radiš boost, kao moj drugar Nenad. Radi ljudima boost, ali ga neko reportao da nije dovoljno brz. Da nije roba kao što je reklamirano. kažemo tako. Leveling boost, ne znam da li to ljudi rade u ovu, ili ljudi u ovu daju, ne znam, 10 evra da kupe odmah level 70. Od Blizzarda direktno. Ima ko od vas boostere za level up?
To dobiješ...
Jedan free.
Da. I boosteri su, ja mislim, 40 eura. Tak nešto.
40 eura?
Ili više, ne znam. Josipe, koliko su?
Što?
Booster.
Za WoW boosteri level.
Jedan karakter koji ti je 10 levela manji od max levela je... Ili max level, ne znam se točno, mislim da je 1.30 eura.
Koliko bi ti realno trebalo vremena tu radiš mjesec dana manje?
Ma kurac, treba ti bok te 3 dana, 4 da dođeš max level.
Meni 3.
Ne, ironično, možeš počet danas, okej, doslovno sad počneš igrat i ti da, ako hoćeš samo se levela, ti doslovno možeš queuat support tank ili healer i ti ćeš dobiti instantno queue za dungeon, ne? I ti možeš sam spamat dungeon i ti ćeš jednom dana doći do level 50, onak bez problema.
Da ću dobiješ party XP?
Znači, ako ti igraš dungeone u WoW-u, ti dobivaš bonus experience kad završiš dungeon. I dobiješ experience iz dungeona i kad završiš dungeon i dobiješ loot još. Znači, doslovno sam boostaš sve odjednom, neironično. Plus nekad imaš eventove koji ti daju više experience-a iz dungeona i dobivaš više itema. Ne znam, to onak nove stvari se dobiš iz dole.
Kakva je sezona 3 u WoW-u? Valja.
Jako dobro.
To za kozmetiku ili?
Općenito, story i kozmetika.
A, ima i story.
Pa da.
Mislio sam da je više u fazonu Hunter koji kao ima priču, ali priča je prestala da postoji.
Pa ima lore. Od raidova do questova.
Cool. Gledali cinematic za svaki taj kao... Pretpostavljam da ide neki veliki patch balans pred to.
Za što?
Za WoW. Kad ide kao taj neki seasonal content, urade neki veliki patch i onda ga nazovu, ne znam.
Patch ti je jedan dan prije i onda dan poslije tek je releasan, koliko ja znam.
Kak ti WoW radi stvari, znači oni ti naprave ekspanziju i onda ti release cijelu ekspanziju uz patcheve. Znači prvo dođe početak ekspanzije, to je prvi patch, i onda ide i onda tak se nastavlja, i tak ti ima ti tak sezone kroz taj expansion, no. I tak ti WoW radi stvari, znači ono, release jedan patch, to ti je kao početak, onda druga sezona bi release još kontenta i to je kao drugi dio te expansion i onda tak dalje koliko god ima ta ekspanzija kontenta. I svake sezone ono, moraš novi gear nabavljati i dobiješ nove redove, nove tierset i sva ta sranja i to ono...
Sam podsjeća na Lost Ark, užasno.
Da, opet moraš grindit sve.
Stari gear ne valja. Da li ti prešao onaj prijatelj Lum? Ti prešao Elden Ring?
Nope.
Ne?
Ja mislim.
A ti? Jesi ubio Konstar Kagana?
Možda nisam.
Aha. Vidite...
No.
Dobro, nema veze.
Zdravo.
Koji žavo?
Što bilo?
Ne znam ko pravi led. Neki
Pravi led?
Ma, neki led ispod nogu mi se stvara.
Idemo led kavicu.
Neki boss off screen mi baca led, ne vidim.
Lagana na kavicu.
Malo da se razgovaramo među ljude.
Lega.
I žene.
Ali žene nisu ljudi. To je stari što si.
Da.
Lega.
Malo chill, kako se kaže, chill. Jo.
Ovo volim, ne? Stojim na vratima i bacam granate sa otrom. Trebalo mi magarac da mi nosi stvari. Jesi ti pričao kad...
Boka prosu.
Ne. Jesi ti pričao kad mi je jedan sa Discorda poznanik, kad mi je nosio stvari.
Da?
Ulovio sam medveda u Red Deadu i nisam imao gde kožu da ponesem. Već sam nosio jednu na sedlu, jednu na rezervnom konju, jednu na bisagama i jednu sam ja nosio. I to je bila, ne znam, 4. koža. I rekao sam nekom da ako mi ponese kožu dobit će pare. Taj neko je nosio kožu niz planinu za mnom Jedno 2 km. Teško, to je trebalo 10 minuta. IRL. I kad je donio kože, ja sam sve prodao za pare i rekao hvala. To je bio Milan.
Milane.
Red Dead Online je fun as fuck onak.
Kad prolaš ljude naročito.
Ja sam ga igrao malo, nisam ga puno.
Mogli bi to igrat nekad.
Idemo naći kauboj žena, idemo ih tući na ulici.
Problem su serveri, ako imate neki privatni server koji nije Rockstarov, da. Serveri su im jako nestabilni, dešava se da ih ljudi DDoS-aju.
A mislim, jedna stvar sa serverima je što ima toliko jebenih hakera u fucking Red Dead Online i to ono, nije ko GTA, u GTA ima manje hakera nego u fucking Red Deadu. Znači u Red Dead Redemptionu, ja kad doslovno drugi put kad sam palio igricu, ja sam ušao u fucking gradu, lik je spawnu vjetrenjaču koja se vrtila u krug i on je bio na vrhu vjetrenjače, bacio vatromet na sve strane. I neki lik pokraj mene je sam fucking dero se na njega ko budala dok su svi drugi plesali oko toga. Ja ne znam, ja nemam pojma što se dešavalo. Lik je konstantno teleportu sve tamo kod to fucking vjetrenjače jebene.
Ja sam u Red Dead Online pokupao sve biznise i sve ono, Bounty Hunter, onaj za kožu, Skinner.
Ja sam mislio da sam samo ja ne znam što sam.
Bounty Hunter je najbolje, zato što je gold dobivaš.
Bounty Hunter je najbolje za pare.
Da. Tak sam ja zarađivao. I ako radiš one tarot karte skupljaš, to ti je isto jako dobro za novce. Ali samo dolare, ne gold, ja mislim.
Što se tu dešava jebati? Oni siđu fucking kasno.
Napravio sam da moj karakter izgleda kod Doc Holiday iz Tombstona. Ima brkove i fucking slickback onak.
Slickback.
Slickback.
Ja sam igrao kao Meksikanac.
Ja već bis.
Ja i Dracula smo bili dva Meksikanca u sandalama, sombrerasima i onoj letnjoj opremi. A bilo je baš ono, kažem, cringe žešći, zato što znali smo igru jako dobro i jednom smo 3 čoveka držali snajperima, vratno su bili konzolaši. Na 200 metara smo ih gađali, oni pokušavaju da priđu.
Welcome to my channel.
Snajperima gađu glavom.
KFOC's Lee.
Ne, idem uskoro na posao, tipa za 5 minuta 10, gasim ovo, sve gasim, idem na posao. Ako znaš dobro igrat, možeš da ih svaki put nadigraš ako ne koriste cheat neki konzolaš. Jer njihov auto im ne radi posle neke distance. Cringe. Daj mi je checkpoint. Hoću ovo završiti i ići jesti na posao.
Danas radiš?
Da, od 2. Tačno. Radije ne bih, ali ono, to splaćam. A sljedeće 2 nedelje sam na godišnjem odmoru, plaćam. To je dobar posao.
Daš mi zanima što da je Milad rekao zato.
Upravo tako, mislio sam preći ekspedicijom Milan. A on vjerojatno gleda ovo.
Ekspedicija Milan.
Da. Njegova miljena fora je, idemo do Novog Sada, idemo da te vozim, ne te vozim, idemo da te vodim do Novog Sada da potrošiš novac. I onda ga ja pitam zašto pretpostavljaš da ja hoću da idem s tobom bilo gde. Ne, onda ga ja prozivam
Moraš da
da je
trošiš
gay.
novce.
Pa
Da,
verovatno hoće
ono,
da...
troši novce na kafanu, fucking,
Da.
tipično. Otići u noćni klub, potroši 500 eura, ono, Balkan, znaš.
Glavni
Pa
bajo.
radije bi to na Steam spičko, da ironično.
Pa kako ko voli, čak i kokain je ono dobra alternativa, pretpostavljam.
Ne, snake, ne droge.
A. Što je to?
Opa.
Item to develop souls.
Opa.
Yes.
Ne znam koliko je Warhorse da bi ja mogu ukrasti.
Ako je igrao Oblivion, a ne Remastered.
Remastered ne, ali stari.
Nisam ga igrao više.
Ima iste bugove koji stari. Znaš šta su radili s igrom?
Ništa.
Portovali su je u Unreal 5 engine.
Da, cool, jako. Obožavam Unreal 5.
I onda kažu remastered.
Uzeli su onaj njihov, kako zove, Creation, onaj što koristi Bethesda za sve igre. Uzeli su Creation engine stari i portovali su igru, ne znam kakva je to crna magija. Portovali su čitavu igru u Unreal 5 engine.
Oni su portali Oblivion u Unreal engine.
Da. Sa sve tim creative engine koji je pogodim. Što će reći da svi bugovi koji su radili stare verzije Obliviona radi novo. Jer je ono 1:1 kopija. To je ono čisto bezumlje, ali dobro.
Men to nema smisla.
Pa zato što neki ljudi vole da igraju s baganu staru igru, otkud znam.
Da, bugovi su nostalgija, ono, onaj karakter, ni. Se sjećate tog?
Ja nisam igrao...
Argonian.
Ja nisam igrao ni default.
Koji, onaj što je naduvan na skumiju, jel taj?
Argonian žena, ona što čim je priđeš počne trčati, vikat ni.
To je vrlo specifična stvar, ne mogu da se setim. Koliko je to van glavnog puta?
Pa, onak, puno.
Ja sam u Oblivionu bio Grey Fox, to se sjećam.
Aha.
Ili ti vođa gilde lopova.
Da. Ja sam uvijek volio Dark Brotherhood questove raditi.
A dobro, oni su asesini, ovi su lopovi.
Da. Lopuži.
Ja sam samo secike sabio. Dobri dropovi.
Žao mi je što nisu portali, to jest ima za komp, ali ono Fable 2, Fable 3 ima za komp, ali nema na Steamu.
Misliš imaš konzolne verzije?
Da. Ali imaš i na Microsoft Store-u, ja mislim. Ne znam, to je Microsoftova igra.
A samo u toj varijanti ima?
Pa da.
Okej, ali dobro. To i Sony radi, tako da nema zabune tu. Recimo, Sony je kidnapovao Bloodborne i FromSoft ne može ni da ga pečuje. Ne može...
Točno to.
Ne može da uradi 60 FPS-a patch, ne može da uradi update tekstura, ništa. I onda ljudi koji su moderi, koji imaju slobodno vremena, koji rade to ono za free, ono se baci s tim. Sony neće ništa da uradi. Igra, što kaže, igra se dobro prodaje. Na svim konzolama. To što je sad shitty, to je druga stvar. Shitty je Sony održava, ono, znači nula support.
Activision, koliko Call of Duty-a Black Ops sad ima? Sad će 7. izaći, nije prošlo ni godinu dana kad je Black Ops 6 izašao.
Više nemaš support za stariju igru, razumeš?
Da, užas. I koliko je cijena Call of Duty-a, onak 70 eura. Za šta? Za kopiju od stare igre, doslovno isti kurac, drugo pakovanje. I kampanja je manja od 8 sati. Kraća to jest.
A prošlogodišnji Call of Duty ti je bio običan DLC za Modern Warfare. To jest Modern Warfare 3.
vidiš.
Modern Warfare 3 je bio DLC za Modern Warfare 2.
Eto vidiš.
To je bila bruka. Nice. Whatever. Pokušavam da speedrunem. Oj!
Alo?
Halo? Fuck me. Lane! Ne mogu da prolazim koliko ih ima. Pa sam da uzmem Ghost Walk. Ili tako neki ability.
Of course, they're alive.
Spear.
Primal strikes can be used multiple times in a row for a storm-charged 3-part combo. Hitting shocked targets. Primal strikes can be used multiple times in a row for a storm-charged 3-part combo. Hitting shocked targets will conjure ancestral spirits that trample enemies, and the final attack will consume the shock and cause a stampede.
Nema veze, sam uzeo skill game-ove.
Jel Edi umro? Gdje je?
Ne, tu sam. Sjedno se na lig.
To šta?
Igram lig. Ubili me. Ako pobjedim ovaj game, ulazim u Bronze 3. Huge, Josipe, huge.
Dobro.
Na putu sam do Silvera, ja se nadam.
To ono kad imaš ove streamere, pa ono piše u naslovu streama Road to Diamond.
Da.
Road to Pakistan.
Road to Brazil. Welcome to Brazil. Road to Pakistan. I rekao Pakistan. Mislio sam da su smanjili ovaj dungeon, ovo je još veće nego što sam mislio.
Twist.
Hoćeš da kupiš account za Fan Soda, mogu da ti nabavim jedan. misliš neki koji je zaključio na 3-4 zvezdice? To se smiješ, ja sam ozbiljan. Moram da pitam to Mislava. To ti je onaj stari lik iz Hrvatske što je igrao s ovima iz Discorda drugog. S njima je igrao Hunt, ali se ono skenjao koliko ima tih stranih igrača po evropskim serverima. Svaki drugi igrač mu je bio ili Rusi ili Kinez. To ga onako mentalno ubijalo. Mislim da je to više što su ti ljudi već stari, oni ne kapiraju da ako izvidiš iza ćoška i ne ubiješ protivnika, tebe će biti. Eto, tako igra.
Čekaj, koji si ti MMR? 2?
Mislim 2 ili 3, ne znam. Mislim da 2.
Edim je prime example. Ovo mi može dati account.
Ma ne.
On?
Ja imam samo jedan account. Steam i to je to. Tamo se kupljam.
Daj da uđem na stream. Dovedem tu 6 star. 2 dana.
Gamble. Uvijek, kad je pitanju RNG kod opreme, uvijek si imao sreće. Još mi se ne desilo da sam došao do nekog challenge-a, kaže, ja nemam dobar gear, nisam našao. Uvijek mi usere. Imao sam...
Ja ga igram... Da sam došao da će pasti puno.
Hoćeš pasti u bunar?
Ja se baš bunar.
Što?
To što neću dok dajet nekom treba. Bunar me čeka.
Bunar te čeka?
Le. Ušao demon u njega.
Ja kad slušam njega.
Dakle, jake erekcije.
Ja sam. Snegel, ti znaš što gleda?
To je neki meme, a?
Onaj lik iz Srbije što ide po javnim kućama i onda se pravi neke ljudi na čela vješto ko to je prijedno. To je milo.
Ide po javnim kućama.
Ja u što mi skoči čor na ove dvije javne kuće. Ja ga zažava jaka karažka. Čekaj poslat prvo dio. Poslat tamo u džerno.
Kaj?
Im taget Milana. Ajde ću mi parat vjerovat, da neću mi taget.
Ne, što, ja sam moderator.
Aha.
Imaš moju punu podršku da ga položiš. Znam, ovo zvuči loše, ali ako to ja uradim, to će biti sumnjivo. To ti uradiš?
Posle sam vidio. Čekaj, idem njega taget isto, pa ja kako sam zove uopće. Spartanac, evo.
Da, Spartanac 83. Ili koji je već ono.
Spartanac.
Ja sam Spartanac. Spartanac.
Wow. Damn, son.
Is that a goddess?
I ask you. Death. Thank you.
By your request. This is what I needed.
Okay.
Greetings.
It's not time to kill them all. Yet.
There was a it'll take if my finger.
So, now I have to blow this thing.
Stay inside.
Ti odgovorio? Hoće pogledam.
Bombu, pliš.
Najbolje su bile izjave tipa, ja sam na ovaj server doveo 2-3 čoveka, ima, ako ja odem ima da je kao oni idu sa mnom, sa ovog Discord.
Aha.
To je kao pretnja bila, znak pitanja. Random.
Koliko je prijetnje?
Da je kao da povuče druge gamere sa sobom s tog servera. Čemu takve gluposti uzmeš?
Ma ne znam. Cringe fest.
Jes, to.
Ko ima 10 godina.
Se pepe od sasvim.
Koju smjenu za vikend radi Ilija? Prva, druga, treća, Milan zna.
Aha. To.
To je dobar meme.
Pa to nije ni meme. To ti je...
Ja ne znam, ali on stvarno onak prati svaki tvoj raspored, onak kad ti radiš, ono, Bože dragi.
Pa zato što čovjek nema druge obaveze u životu.
To je mentalna bolest, eto šta je.
Najbolje što lik zna točno kada ti ne radi.
Ja ga trolam i kažem da je gej, a ono možda stvarno jeste. Ko zna? Kad se ne zna.
Ošao je na kavu. Ali sam pije kavu.
Nego sad nema ko drugi normalno da ide se.
Ajde ide na kavu sa Milanom Edi.
Rađe bi si ruku odsjekao.
Nemoj.
Rađe bi si ruku odsjekao.
On je tamo sa ženama na kavi.
Jedina žena je konobarica.
Ti ako budeš išli na kavu, leđe uza zid. Da ti ne priđe od pozadi.
Tako je.
Oh, right. Of course.
Više ono ciger bi ponesao sa sobom.
Ako znaš dobro baratati s cigarom, definitivno.
To je to. Oh. Pogodi ko je Bronze 3, promoted sam, jo.
Jo, ko?
Na 15 LPA, onak,
Ko?
jebem ti riot.
Ko?
Ja.
Ko?
Šta?
Šta?
Šta ko? Šta?
Ko je
Šta?
Bronze 3?
Ja.
Šta, puj speci. Kako me falite normi mimovi, jebate.
Momci, ja palim na posao.
Laku noć.
Laku noć, pa ne idem u rudnik. O, lepti, jebem. Hvala ti. Pozdrav.
Pozdrav.